what a weird year. Yeah. This is the first time I'm actually socializing. It's weird. I'm socializing. I forgot what is about socializing.
Okay, welcome everybody. Great to see you all today at the French Pavilion of the COP26 to kick off this discussion on preserving the environment through the engagement of individual responsibilities and collective responsibilities. I'm Robin Nataf, Director of Projects at the Paris Peace Forum, and so the Paris Peace Forum is about finding new forms of cooperation beyond kind of traditional diplomatic interstate cooperation to solve some of the world's problems that affect citizens across borders, require the collaboration not just of governments but also of the private sector, of universities, of civil society. Obviously the climate emergency affects us all, and so is a prime example of that. And it's why it's a main priority for us at the Paris Peace Forum this year and in future years. So we're here to talk today about the notion of environmental accountability. There are numerous environmental norms, and it's a good thing. That's why we're here at the COP today. We need new agreements between governments to try to preserve the environment. But unfortunately, these norms are only as good as their implementation. And that's why we are exploring today what solutions exist to try to ensure accountability for the implementation of environmental norms, including in remote areas, including in developing countries, P5 countries. All over the world there's an issue with environmental degradation and a need to ensure accountability. And so today we're going to explore with colleagues from WWF Russia and IRD Institute, as well as potentially another colleague who is still stuck in the queue outside, what initiatives exist and what has proven to work to ensure environmental accountability. So why are we showcasing these projects today? Maybe I'll just say a word about my work at the Paris Peace Forum before we kick off. But at the Paris Peace Forum, we believe in finding concrete solutions to global problems and supporting these concrete solutions. We believe that action speaks louder than words, and so we welcome every year in our Space for Solutions 100 inspiring project leaders who have achieved concrete results on the ground, who are working on global governance problems, and who can benefit from more visibility, more access in a venue like the Paris Peace Forum, where they get to speak on panels with heads of states, with heads of international organizations, and with heads of private sector. And then throughout the year, with our Scale Up initiative, we support the growth and development of some of these projects. So today we are joined by, for now, two project leaders who've been through the Paris Peace Forum, who will be there again in the Space for Solutions this year. If you have not yet registered for the Paris Peace Forum, it's from 11th to 13th November, and you can discover these and other interesting projects. But I'll briefly introduce them, and then I'll let them introduce a little bit their work, and then we'll have a conversation about how to ensure environmental accountability today. First to my left is Elena Chernysheva. She's communications coordinator at WWF Russia. She's working on the People for Nature project, and she'll say a word about the project. And then to her left is Laura Weisbisch, who's a senior researcher at the IRD Institute Climate Security Program, and who's here for the project Environmental Crime in the Amazon Basin project. So maybe just to kick us off, Elena and then Laura, you can tell us a few words about your projects, just introduce your organizations, and then we'll take it from there.
So People for Nature project started in 2019 in Russia, and it's implemented by WWF Russia in a partnership with the European Union delegation to Russia. And it's an example of very close collaboration, multilateral collaboration for achieving the global goal of preserving the environment and preventing the environmental degradation. So the project aims at engaging local communities and local environmental organizations in Russia in environmental protection, and in particular in the public monitoring of the industrial pollution of the environment. So yeah, to talk briefly, that's our project. Yeah.
Thanks, Elena. Laura, can you tell us a little bit about your work?
Yeah,
Well, thank you so much for the invitation. It's really, really a pleasure to be here. So I work as a senior researcher for the Paix Institute. We are based in Brazil. We were founded in 2011. And we are a public security and international security. We call ourselves a think and do tank because we want to, in a way, produce knowledge that it's relevant for policy solutions that also implement certain solutions to solve global issues. So actually, as Robin was explaining, we are here to, in a way, to share with you a little bit of our project that it's related to reducing environmental crimes in the Amazon basin. The project that actually we submitted this year for the Paris Peace Forum, it's called the Eco-Crime. So it's a platform, it's a digital platform. You can even go online and check it. So it basically maps environmental crimes and other converging crimes that are taking place right now in the Amazon basin across the 9 different countries, and actually trying to understand the scope and the scale of those crimes. What exactly is happening in the Amazon basin, and how those different environmental crimes and other types of crimes and violence are actually destroying the forest, and in a way creating obstacles for us as the international community to solve our climate change, our major climate change issue, because without tropical forests like the Amazon, we are actually, there is no way we can meet the Paris Agreement, and actually we cannot prevent and mitigate climate change. So basically what we do is really to unpack what is happening in the Amazon, right? Why the Amazon it's still being destroyed despite the fact, as you were mentioning, despite the fact that we have different international and national norms to protect the forest. Still, there are crimes and illegalities taking place there, and we want to showcase those and also help different actors in civil society and government to not only understand the problem but also act upon it.
Fantastic. Thank you, Laura, for this introduction. And I will say, unfortunately, that we're missing 2 of our panelists today. Christopher Cordova from AI for Climate had some travel issues at the last minute, and then Lionel Chamy from the Global Pact for the Environment is still trying to join us. There are huge queues outside the COP event today, and so hopefully he will join us during the course of this conversation. Maybe to kick us off, let's get a bit of an understanding of the problem. So Laura, maybe we'll start with you, because you started talking about, the fact that the Amazon rainforest, despite global national norms, is being degraded, is reducing in size at a very concerning rate. And so maybe you can tell us a little bit more and unpack a little bit, what type of environmental degradation is taking place, and yeah, simply maybe a bit why it's difficult to ensure the application of these norms in such remote areas.
Yeah, let's do that. So let me go back a little bit to the rationale of the project and basically what we do at Paix. So we try to look at this nexus between climate and security. And I know that when we are here at the COP, we keep mentioning the climate security as part of the global regime to reduce climate emissions and global warming and climate change. But here, when we look at the climate security nexus, what you're trying to understand is, what happens with the consequences of climate change to local and international security, and B, what happens when we have cases with insecurity, so public security issues, and what are the consequences of having those issues to our mere possibility of dealing with climate change. And this is exactly this B. So basically it's the 2 sides of the coin, right? It's the second side that we are looking at the Amazon, how public insecurity and the lack of rule of law actually it's preventing countries in the Amazon basin, including Brazil, where I'm come from, to deal with climate change. And how exactly this is happening in the Amazon, and just to explain you a little bit more why this climate security nexus is important in the Amazon. Well, because of public insecurity and because of the amount of environmental crimes and illegalities that are taking place across the basin, we are actually losing the forest, right? So deforestation is mostly illegal. Different actors, be that companies, criminal organizations, individuals, they're breaching the existing laws and thus destroying the forest. That's why we end up saying that deforestation is basically illegal right now, because we do have the laws to protect it. Though those laws are just being breached in different ways. So that's exactly the kind of climate security nexus that matters in the context of the Amazon. And that's exactly why understanding the types of illegalities and also the types of actors that are actually committing those crimes is important in order for us to prevent deforestation and thus be able to cope with all the global challenges that we face and globally, right, as a global community. So, I don't know, you want me to carry on?
I mean, just maybe you can give us, a couple of examples of like what is causing, is it industry, is it poaching?
Yeah, sure. So when we talk about illegal deforestation right now in the Amazon, we are basically speaking about a couple of drivers. One of it is land grabbing, right? Public land grabbing, forest grabbing by most of the time private actors that are actually grabbing the land and then afterwards destroying the forest for converting into agricultural land. This land can be used for different kind of agricultural commodities. In some countries like Brazil, it is about soy and beef. In other countries like Colombia, for instance, it is about palm oil, or even in Colombia and Peru, even like coca leaves plantations. So the kind of conversion from conversion of forest land into agricultural pasture, it's probably the major driver destroying the forest nowadays. But it's not the only one. We also have illegal gold mining, for instance, illegal mining in general, but gold mining in particular. And it is kind of a striking pattern where right now the former gold mining areas in all of those countries have been already overexploited. So actually exploitations of minerals is taking place within forest areas, and this is another driver. It might be a kind of a lesser impact in terms of destroying the forest, but it has so many other impacts in terms of pollution, in terms of the lives of indigenous populations living there, violence. So it is another problem. So first of all, we had conversion of forest areas into agricultural land. The second one is illegal mining. Then we have illegal logging, which is a common problem in forest areas, as you know, across the world. And yeah, so I mean, this is pretty much. Of course, you also have wildlife trafficking, but it has a different kind of biodiversity impact. But basically, those are the crimes that are taking place. And just to really emphasize, when we talk about environmental crimes, we're really not talking about purely environmental crimes. We're also talking about social violence and different kind of crimes, financial crimes, corruption, fraud, money laundering. All of those this ecosystem of crimes is taking place within the Amazon. And it kind of enables the destruction of the forest.
Thanks for that. Very, very clear. Elena, how is the situation in Russia, in the areas where People for Nature is operating? Is it similar? Is it different? Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, the LORAS project is very relevant to our problems because within our project, we also deal with the illegal loggings. We also deal with the river pollutions from gold mining, and these are the two maybe most important fields where our project is useful and proved to be useful and helpful. And we can see in our project that the active participation of local communities and of local organizations is crucial for successful monitoring of these illegal loggings, of this water pollution, because sometimes these things, they happen in very remote areas, which are very difficult to reveal and to monitor if the local people are not involved in these processes. And when they are involved, so these types of environmental pollution can be reported. So if they are reported, so they can be, the authorities can respond adequately to these cases, because the problem is that sometimes we just don't know that these things are happening. And the public monitoring, which is promoted by our project, can be really helpful here.
Great, thanks, Elena. Perfect transition towards, so we've understood the problem, we've understood the link between rule of law issues and environmental degradation. We've sort of understood the causes of the degradation and the factors. So let's turn now a little bit more towards the solution. And so both of you, you mentioned, Elena, using people, and Laura, some of your research, and I'm sure there's a lot of policy engagement work and other work that's going on. So let's turn a little bit towards the solution side of the problem and what you're doing. And the first aspect of the solution for both of your projects, as I understand it, is data, right? It's understanding what's going on, understanding the extent of degradation. So maybe you could each kind of in turn, maybe starting with you, Elena, tell us a bit, what kind of data is it that you collect to kind of monitor that degradation, and more interestingly, how do you then use the data to push for action and to push for an end to those practices?
I think that over the last decade we all have seen a rise in data science in all fields of data science, and now we have at our disposal many instruments that can be applied to environmental protection. And our project aims at reducing environmental pollution, and then at increasing the transparency of business, the accountability of businesses. But we do this through building capacities of local environmental organizations, which means that the tools and data that we use, they should be available to these organizations, sometimes to individuals who don't have large budgets to buy that data, for example, or some newest devices to process this data. So it's very important that all the data and tools we use are available to this wider audience. So one of the most important parts of our project is the satellite imagery usage. And participants of our project, they use satellite pictures to monitor river pollutions and to monitor illegal loggings. And the results are really impressive because right now we have 10 regions in Russia covered with this public monitoring of river pollutions, and only in 2020 the project participants identified more than 9,000 kilometers of polluted water. 9,000 kilometers, it's like driving distance from here, let's say, to New Delhi in India. So it's like a huge distance, yeah? Along with that, more than 200 areas of illegal logging were identified as well by these local organizations. And I think the really fascinating thing about satellite data, satellite pictures, that even free and low resolution pictures can provide you with enough data to at least suspect that there was a case of pollution. And then you can verify this case in situ, but it's much easier than just start from the field examination, yeah, because because of this Sputnik imagery, you can see exactly where you can find this possible case of pollution. And just to explain how they can use this data, for example, the observer can notice that the color of water changed, and then if color of water changed, then it's a possible case of water pollution. Or talking about illegal loggings, you can compare the actual logging borders with those planned and reported by the industries working in this area. So that's pretty easy, yeah. You need some knowledge, you need some skills. That's true. You need to be trained, but it's not rocket science, yeah. And yeah.
Great, thank you, Elena. Laura, how is it in the Amazon basin? How do you find out about degradation, and what are you looking for?
That's interesting. I like what Elena just said in terms of for us to think critically about the translation of information and transparency into accountability, right? I mean, we are living in an area of a lot of information, which is very positive, and it is positive in particular for remote areas. If it wasn't for the kind of technology we have right now, particularly satellite imagery, it will be very difficult to monitor forest areas like the Amazon. Just because they are so deeply remote, and it's difficult, logistically difficult to get there and do more classical field inspections. You can do that, but the fact, exactly what Elena was explaining, you can do that as a chain of steps, and we start with this kind of satellite imagery, for instance. In our case, it's interesting what we do with ecocrime is actually we gather different sources of information and data sets that are being produced in and around the Amazon, different dynamics. Some of those data sets are really related to satellite imagery. Like we do have already capacity, national capacity, across the different states in the region to produce their own official data on deforestation. So this kind of information is already there. What is not there, probably, is this very public monitoring and translation of different official sources into and in kind of translation into ways that they are meaningful for us to understand the problem. I'm not saying that the government is not doing this kind of work, because actually it is, but we have to do more to understand why deforestation is still happening, right? And in this case, we have to praise existing efforts that have been producing data around, for instance, deforestations. Across the different countries in the region. And we have also to praise the work of civil society organizations that have been, in a way, kind of unpacking what is the meaning of this data and then producing new knowledge around shifting dynamics of deforestation in the region. But we also have to go a step beyond, and that's what ecocrime is trying to do. Ecocrime is trying to bring these lenses, the security lenses and illegality lenses into the landscape and kind of overlap different layers of information on deforestation, on illegal mining, on cattle ranching, on soy, the different dynamics I was explaining, and overlap that with information, for instance, on social violence, on attack against environmental defenders, on urban violence in the surrounding areas. So trying to understand the complex dynamics that explain why this kind of illicit economies are still taking place. And that's what ecocrime is doing. For the time being, we have let's call it a V1, a first version of our platform, and with a kind of some data sets already inputted, and also different stories about hotspots in the region and the crimes that are taking place in different places. But what we want to do in the future, and that's where I think it's the second bridge into accountability, it's to use this data as a useful source, not only for public monitoring and raising awareness, but also for officials, that environmental inspectors, public prosecutors, police officers, also to use this kind of data in this very complex way. Because it's not only about understanding deforestation, it's also about understanding the really complex dynamics that fuel deforestation by also engaging, corruption, fraud, money laundering, violence against defenders. This is the landscape we are actually living in, and that's the kind of landscape that we need to fully understand, and a platform like ecocrime can in a way shed some light into the complexities of the region and ways in which we can use information to solve deforestation.
Amazing. Thank you so much. That was clear. Did you want to say something, Elena?
Yeah, I would like to add about the satellite imagery and about building the whole story of violations of environmental laws. The very good thing about satellite imagery is that you can use it retrospectively, so you can use historical data, and even some case of pollution or illegal logging happened a year ago, 2 years ago maybe, and it hadn't been revealed then. You still can identify it, and you still can understand what happened there because you have this historical data. And I think that it's really a new step in public monitoring of environment, because even if the pollution case is covered up right now, it still may be revealed later. And I think that the large polluters should just keep that in mind now.
Interesting, yeah. Thank you. Just maybe a last question on your work before we zoom out a little bit. I'm wondering, okay, so we've understood how important data is to understand, you know, the drivers of degradation, but also how it needs to be analyzed, how raw data alone is not enough. And so this complementary between satellite imagery and people on the ground, or between environmental data and security issues, helps kind of gain a bigger picture, a bigger understanding. I'm guessing that the point of that understanding is to then kind of, in some way, go in and change practices, right? And have kind of a real, you know, essentially prevent the pollution or respond to it on the ground. You've talked a little bit about it, Laura, that you know, you're starting to engage a bit with prosecutors, with security forces. And I'm just wondering, you know, how is that going? Is it, you know, so far, is it effective? If not, what more can be done to make it effective? And what are you learning along the way? You know, what needs to be done beyond painting a clear picture in order to drive action, I guess is my question.
This one is not working. Apologies for that.
Can you hear me well? Yeah, good. Thank you for that question. What I wanted to give you an example of where I think, and we have been hearing from counterparts in government, where I think we can be more strategic. And I guess, sorry for using the word again, but I guess the word is really to be strategic. And it really goes back to the ideas of accountability. The problem, for instance, in the Amazon basin is just too big for even a government to solve every single illegal deforestation hotspot or illegal logging or illegal mining. So the government and, you know, public authorities, be that environmental authorities, police authorities, or public prosecutors, need to be strategic. And maybe that's the role of strategic litigation, for instance, right? That's the role of actually finding the right evidence to support the right case. The kind of cases, and could be like legal cases or, you know, extrajudicial cases, that would make a bigger case to kind of, either in courts or to the public society, that there is a policy change that needs to be done. So in that sense, the kind of dialogue we are having right now with officials is to support them in finding this strategic case. So considering all the different kind of illegal mining hotspots that are taking place in the Amazon right now, including within indigenous lands, those are, you know, more than 300 hotspots. Well, there is a need for civil society organizations and knowledge actors like ourselves to help public prosecutors and environmental inspectors to find a case that can be, you know, paradigmatic, emblematic of the situation, and thus foster kind of a policy change. So in a way, I would say this is not about, it is about crowdsourcing in a way for us to be helping them to select very specific cases that are robust enough and use this kind of data to show that this case is not an isolated one. This case really represents something, you know, larger and bigger that is happening there. So just to emphasize this point, the fact that right now illegal gold mining is taking place within indigenous protected land in the Brazilian Amazon, this is not an isolated case. This is an emblematic pattern of what's happening right now in terms of deforestation and pollution dynamics and social violence against local communities in the Amazon. And helping them understanding the patterns, understanding how broad and the scope and the scale, and at the same time selecting good cases that they can bring forward using the available mechanisms. And just to emphasize, because we're not talking about, for instance, in the Amazon, a region which is lawless, right? There is a lot of, there are a lot of regulations in place. Actually, it's even like an overload of regulation. There is definitely a need for better implementation and for improvement, but this is not an area where there is no regulation. It is in need of us using better the systems and also using data to make the system work through kind of improving the system.
Awesome. Thank you, Laura. That was super clear. Elena, how, in your case, in People for Nature in Russia, how is the data on degradation that is being collected by the civil society organizations you work with? how is it then being used to kind of inform a dialogue or inform action on the ground? I don't know if by authorities or private sector. Can you tell us a bit about that?
It's a very important thing for our project that we not only encourage these local environmental organizations to monitor the industrial pollution, but we encourage them to interact actively with the large polluters and with forest industries and interact in a peaceful and constructive manner to promote greener and more sustainable approach. And we believe that there are win-win solutions that could be found in this close interaction. Using this data, local organizations can really push businesses to these more sustainable approaches. And we think that's very important. It's very powerful tool to promote green solutions. And I mentioned before that when this kind of data gathered about pollution cases, it's also reported to the authorities. And it also helps to react better and faster to the case of pollution. So I think that's the role of local organization is extremely important in this process because they're in charge of the land, the city, the villages they live in. So they're really highly motivated to monitor the environmental situation. I think more motivated than some experts from outside, for example. Yeah.
Fantastic. So takeaways from this are, for me, a bit of a difference in approach because in one sense it is about kind of engaging constructively with business as well as helping authorities implement the applications, the legislations that are in action. And in your case, Laura, it sounds like it's more, given the scale of the project, kind of helping authorities and decision makers hone in on one specific issue. So two very, slightly different but very interesting uses of data to prevent degradation. I'd like to zoom out a little bit, and we've talked a lot about your work and your projects, and I'd like to explore a little bit what you may have learned through this that could be relevant to other environmental actors who are here at the COP, other civil society organizations trying to prevent degradation. And so I guess my first question to you, Elena, would be, it sounds like it's not easy to get kind of grassroots environmental NGOs to engage constructively with businesses involved in illegal mining or illegal logging. It sounds like those conversations could be confrontational, and you're doing a lot to try to make them as constructive and effective as possible. And I wonder what lessons you've learned about, how to turn a potentially confrontational relationship between, let's say, polluter and activist into a more constructive, productive dialogue that is more likely to achieve results.
Yeah, what we found out within the project that sometimes local organizations can do an amazing job in terms of environmental protection, but at the same time they can lack of knowledge and skills of negotiating with businesses, of preventing conflicts with businesses and resolving these conflicts when they occur. And so they really need this knowledge, these skills, and we arranged a series of meetings with experts to provide them support to help them understand better how to act in these kind of situations. And I think that one of the most interesting findings of the project is that many local organizations claim that they could benefit from the third-party mediation in these negotiation processes. And I think that it's a very important signal to international organizations or governmental or academic institutions that their help is really needed, because like international organizations, like our organization, WWF, academic and governmental institutions, they have resources to engage experts. They have resources to mediate in these processes, and they can be really helpful in this very unstable and sensitive environment. Yeah, when the local organization need to find their way to build this dialogue with sometimes large polluters that can really affect their nature in their home. And we think that it's very important finding, and we are going to share more findings at the Paris Peace Forum, less than in 2 weeks from now, and we are going to initiate a discussion on this topic because we think it's very important, and we really think that the approaches proposed by our project, they are globally relevant, and the project itself is a very successful and powerful example of this multilateral cooperation between WWF Russia and the European Union, and thanks to this cooperation, we really managed to connect the project to the global audience through the Paris Peace Forum, through some other channels, and bring together global international experts, European experts, and Russian experts to exchange the information, the experience, and we found this very valuable for further development of the project. And it also has proved one more time that such global issues as environmental degradation, as industrial pollution, as climate change, they can only be mitigated with some collective response, not individual response. So that's what we think is very interesting about this project, that it always shows us some new ways of working together for this global commons.
Thanks, Elena. Very, very interesting. Yeah, this idea that, if we're on opposed sides of the issue, we're never going to manage to make progress until we can actually cooperate, and look forward to joining your conversations at the Paris Peace Forum on how to make that happen in practice. Laura, maybe a similar question to you, but so I know that you're a researcher working on the intersection of security issues and environmental issues, but I think typically in the mind of most people here at the COP, we don't often imagine security forces and eco-activists as the best buddies collaborating to save the Amazon. And so I'm wondering, what you've learned in terms of trying to breach that barrier, trying to create consensus, trying to allow the two to collaborate, because from what you described in terms of the rule of law issues in the Amazon, there is no environmental solution that doesn't go hand in hand with, the collaboration of security forces.
You're so right. I mean, that's definitely a joint effort. And I have to say that one of our learnings has been exactly what Elena was saying, the value of partnerships. And these partnerships are for the data, kind of data collection in our case, to build the eco-crime, but also for the next steps of how to use this data. And we are very surprised to see that public officials are desperately needing help, right, in terms of, acknowledging that alone they are not able to fulfill the duties and actually to meet the challenges of stopping deforestation or dismantling environmental crime in the region. So more and more public officials are seeking for different kind of expertise that lays outside their own, realms and niche, and often outside government, sometimes inside government, but in different institutions, and sometimes outside government. So there is a kind of a conception, a kind of a growing understanding of the value of multi-stakeholder partnerships. And this is important at a national level, but also more and more at a regional level. If it is a kind of a local to the international bottom-up process, right? Getting the right partnerships at the local level, scale to the national, and then to the regional in the case of the Amazon basin. So that's one learning for sure. And the second one is, as you were saying, this is not only about, it's not about the usual suspects, right? If you think it's not only about public prosecutors, is also about security forces. It's not only about the government, but also about the private sector. So in a way, kind of increasing transparency and accountability for environmental crimes being committed in the Amazon right now is a matter that really concerns a full range of different actors. And just to flag something about the private sector, because I think I haven't spoke much about them. The role of traceability right now in commodities chains is just key. So they also need transparency. They know they need transparency in their own chains in order for them to differentiate a kind of a production that it's out of that it's not contaminated with deforestation, and that's the value of transparency. Yeah.
Very interesting, Laura. Thanks. So yeah, two takeaways: the importance of transparency, and also this idea that there can be, governments can admit to gaps in capacity, and that can be a great opportunity to work with a think tank or a think and do tank such as yours. We're delighted for the last sort of 15 minutes that we've just been joined by Lionel, who's joining us from the Global Pact for Environment. Access issues at the COP are quite challenging, so thank you, Lionel, for kind of elbowing your way through and making it today. We're delighted to have you. I'm going to pass you the mic. So we've sort of been talking about the importance of data, how to prevent environmental degradation, but you're the lawyer in the room, right? So we'll end with what was going to be our first question, but can you tell us a little bit kind of legally what the notion of environmental accountability means that we've seen colleagues in Russia and in the Amazon try to enforce?
All right, certainly. Thank you so much. So when we could talk about accountability, what it means is it comes from the Latin word contare. It means to give back accounts to someone, to be responsible towards someone. And when we talk about law, we're talking here, we're in the COP26, we're talking about international environmental law. So it's the frame of law that regulates cooperation between states and international organizations on environmental matters. So who are the actors here? You have states, corporations, international organizations, citizens, and finally courts. Because ultimately, when you're accountable towards someone, you're accountable according to a standard, to a law. Now, let's look at what the courts are in terms of international law. You have, first of all, the International Court of Justice, which is the principal judicial organ of the United Nations. And the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, adjudicates disputes on the basis of consent. States have to consent to the ICJ's jurisdiction to be able for the ICJ to take in the dispute. So you can't really force a state to be accountable to the ICJ unless it consents to it. And that's because there's a very core principle of international law, that is the principle of sovereignty, which is the cornerstone of international law. The second court we can talk about is the International Criminal Court. So the International Criminal Court was set up in 1996 by the Treaty of Rome, and by virtue of which certain acts can be adjudicated before the ICC if they were committed on the territory of a state that is party to the ICC. So that means territories in which alleged acts which are under the jurisdiction of the ICC have taken place. Now, how does that relate to the environment? There's a proposal on the table for a fifth crime to be included in the Treaty of Rome, the treaty that puts the status and defines the jurisdiction of the ICC, and that is the crime of ecocide. So should the crime of ecocide be included within the status of the ICC, then you could start having the International Criminal Court having a more prominent role in environmental matters. So that's for international courts. Now let's have a quick glance of what's going on nationally. So climate cases have been going on worldwide at least since the Urgenda case in the Netherlands in 2015. Right now, we estimate, there's an estimation by the Savin Center of Climate Change at Columbia University that says that there are more than 1,000 climate cases going on worldwide actually right now. And this is huge because it didn't used to happen. The legal framework does not, explicitly allow for it to happen, but it happens anyway. It happens because two things have changed. The first thing is the Paris Agreement has entered into force. And since the Paris Agreement has entered into force, states have had to enact legislation to incorporate the nationally determined contributions, the NDCs, their climate plans, into law. So since that is into law, well, the court can be responsible. The second thing is the science has changed. The science has changed because right now, no scientist can possibly say that climate change is not caused by human activities or greenhouse gases. Prior to that, courts used to say that this is not the venue to adjudicate scientific disputes because there used to be a sort of scientific uncertainty about the matter. Now that's no longer the case. So you've had these two things that have changed. You have more law with the Paris Agreement, and you have better science that allows us to undisputedly claim that climate change is a consequence of our activities. So on the basis of this, you've had very recently, since we're in the French pavilion, a French court given by the Conseil d'État that has ordered the state to reduce its emissions because it did not comply to its own climate plan that it set up, that set out to reduce carbon emissions by 40% from 1990 to 2030. And what the court said is that reducing climate emissions is akin to a marathon. You can't just walk the first 30 kilometers and sprint in the last 2. So what you have to do is run the marathon and reduce your emissions consistently. Now, how does that relate to natural resources? So you have another decision by the German Constitutional Court, the Bundesverfassungsgericht, that said that the German climate plan similarly had a very similar optic to the French one. You know, we reduce slowly at first and then we intensify. And the German Constitutional Court said that because of this, you're laying an undue burden on future generations to bear that burden. So what are the natural resources that we're leaving to future generations? So that's the main question here. Because if we empty everything up, you know, if we use up all the oil, the gas, the coal, etc., well, 1, the planet won't be in a good state, and 2, there won't be anything left for the other generations to consume. And that applies to, you know, the resources that make energy, but also water, air, etc. So I think that's the 2 words I can say about accountability and law.
Thank you very much, Lionel. Very interesting. So we're seeing the direct link from the COP, you know, where climate agreements get made, to national laws that ban, you know, environmental degradation, to enforcement through the initiatives that we've had. I'm wondering, are there any questions from the audience at this point? Because we're going to wrap up in 10 minutes. So if you have any questions for our speakers, you've got an opportunity now to ask. Otherwise, I'll continue. All right, I'll keep going with a second question to you, Lionel, and then maybe I'll do a round to wrap up because you've joined us a bit later. So we were just talking about what we learned from our work that might be of relevance to other climate actors here at the COP. And you've been going through the challenging task of getting all countries in the world to agree to a new environmental pact. So I imagine that on the way, you've learned a thing or two about how to kind of help, in a competitive environment, stakeholders with competing interests overcome these competing interests in the interest of solving a joint challenge. And I'm wondering if you have a couple of words to say about that. You know, how do you get countries who might be disagreeing about resources or tax issues or economic issues to agree on climate because we only have one that we all need to share and preserve?
Absolutely. So the project you talked about is the Global Pact for the Environment. It's an international treaty that's on the UN negotiating table that seeks to enshrine, you know, in one single paper, in one single treaty, the binding principles that should guide environmental action. So that still isn't an easy challenge. So how do we, like, if there are some insights that I could give, it's, you know, if you're doing these sort of negotiations where you have to agree on common principles, well, everybody's going to have different opinions on what this principle should be, of what this country should be, of what this country's responsibility should be, and what X or Y should do about it. So the first thing to do is to put yourself into the other person's shoes. How do they think? Why do they think what they're thinking? What are their interests? What are they defending? And from this perspective, you know, if you're here and they're there, you start from their perspective and you see from there how can you get to your point of departure. So I think that's the first lesson, because a lot of the disagreements that come into play, you know, are substantial, but a lot of them are also very personality related. You know, they feel like there's a conflict where actually there's no conflict on the substance. It's only a conflict of personalities because diplomacy is about people in the end. So I think that's the first thing. The second thing is to create a favorable environment. So when you want to push change, you can't do it on your own. You have to build a coalition of NGOs, of states, of international organizations. And if you look at the movement that's been going on for the recognition of the right to a healthy environment in Geneva, they actually managed 43 states to vote for a resolution that recognized the right of everybody to a healthy environment, which was very contentious. And they did it by having a coalition of more than 1,000 NGOs, 15 international organizations, 69 states, and altogether they created a dynamic. And that's my third point, that you have to create a dynamic that creates something, that creates a movement, and people have to position themselves for or against this. And you have to make it so unpopular to be against this that nobody would want to do it. And that's what happened with the resolution on the right to a healthy environment. You had 43 states that were in favor, 4 that abstained, that weren't even against, that couldn't dare say that they were against it because the whole world was for it, you know. And that's a bit what led to the Paris Agreement. You know, you had all states that were in favor of it. You know, it was very frowned upon to say at the last minute, well, I disagree with what's on Article 13, something, you know. So once you create that dynamic, it's really easier to get change through. So put yourself in the other person's shoes, build a favorable environment, and build a dynamic. Thank you.
Interesting. Thank you, Lionel. So we shouldn't be afraid to name and shame sometimes. Maybe just to wrap up, because we're just on our last 7 minutes, I just wanted to do a round. So we're here, opening day of COP26. What are you hoping what are you looking forward to at the COP? What are you hoping is going to happen? And maybe we can just go around and you can each, you know, give a quick answer on that. So Laura, why don't you kick us off?
Well, I think, well, our first hope as outsiders to the negotiation is that those who are taking part in the negotiations can live up to the promises and the ambition that we all need and hope. So that's definitely, you know, we work along those that end up negotiating the rounds of COPs, and we did the work till now, and now it's really about them to keep pushing this bar up and then meeting with the necessary ambitions for us to keep running this marathon, as you were actually giving the metaphor, right? It's a marathon. So that's my first hope. And the second one is related to, well, to the Amazon basin as I work on this particular issue. And it's really to flag how important is to protect the tropical forest, and in particular the Amazon basin, for the kind of ambitions that we are talking out there in the climate negotiations. There is no commitment to reduce climate change without those tropical forests, and the biggest one, the largest one, is the Amazon. So we all need to pay attention to what's going on there, and actually to create, as Lionel was saying, to create, and I was saying before as well, to create those multi-stakeholder partnerships that can allow us to protect the forest and the people that actually live there, and they're also the guardians of the forest in the best way. So it is a global issue, right? I mean, of course, there are national responsibilities, there's national sovereignty, there's regional responsibility as well, because the basin is located somewhere, but there is also global responsibility and global partnerships that really need to be forged in order for us to protect those forests, right? It's not only the Amazon, you have the Congo Basin right there, you have South Asian tropical forests, but it's really about getting the proper sense of how important it is for us to keep those forests protected and standing, and to find new ways to live with them. Like the COP is not only about environment, it is also about social issues, is also about economy, and there is really a need for a new kind of economy that values the forest standing, right? So this is another hope, that we all understand that there is no future without those forests, and there is no economy, there is no kind of trade-off between development and protecting the forest. Those things really have to come together. So those are my hopes, and I also hope that we can have more dialogues like this one in the future. That's also a hope. I think it's really, really important. I know we're living in a COVID pandemic world where dialogues are, you know, a little bit complicated, but we can continue this one virtually, and hopefully meet again soon.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you so much. Elena.
I think our project is trying to contribute to the improvement of the transparency of environmental information from businesses, from industries, and For our project, I think the main hope is that we will move forward to this global transparency of businesses, and that we could find solutions to make a shift to really green growth, not just the growth that is declared green or greener, but to some real sustainable solution that could help us to develop further without destroying our precious nature. And I think that's our main hope today.
Thanks, Elena. Lionel, what's your parting words? You've only been with us for 15 minutes, but what are you hoping for the next 2 weeks?
Well, I think COP26 needs to break the business as usual cycle of COPs. You know, we've had COPs since 1992, and since then carbon emissions have gone up, not down. So somewhere we're doing something wrong, you know, because we're not delivering on the results that we're promising. So if COP26 needs to be successful, it needs to be successful in two regards. It needs to be the COP which starts having states deliver on their commitments, because we have states that have made commitments, ambitious commitments. Some have submitted their NDCs, some haven't, some NDCs were ambitious, etc. But they need to start delivering on them. That's one. The second thing they need to start delivering on is finance, because since 2015, the Paris Agreement, we've had states agree, and even since before the target has been set in 2029, that developed countries have to give developing countries 100 billion each year in climate finance. And so far we've only reached 79 something. So we're stumbling towards that target. We're not really rushing to fulfill it. And what this is doing, it's giving the impression to developing countries that, okay, since developed countries are not really living up 100% on their commitments, well, maybe they could cut us some slack as well, you know. But if everybody starts committing, if we create this dynamic, then we can hope to deliver on the promise of the Paris Agreement.
Fantastic. Thank you all so much. I've been delighted to have this conversation today. I've learned a lot about the importance of making sure that commitments and norms are implemented, the role of data in this, but more importantly, the role of engagement beyond boundaries, beyond, you know, types of actors, beyond potentially conflicting interests on issues to try to make progress and save what is left of our planet. So thank you so much. I've really been inspired. You can all learn more about the work of these amazing panelists. For Lionel at the Global Pact Coalition, follow the Global Pact Coalition. For Laura at Igarape Institute, and for Elena at WWF Russia. And of course, you can continue this conversation by joining us at the next Paris Peace Forum from 11th to 13th November in Paris and online. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you.
Oh, amazing. Thank you. Je peux prendre une photo ou pas? You what? Yeah, sorry, no, it stopped bleeding now. Je me suis coupé.
Ouais, j'ai vu, j'en ai regardé ton doigt là. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé?
It's a very risky job, right?
It's dangerous.
Here we are with paper all around.
pleasure this last year and a half to work with Dr. Etienne Espagne to coordinate locally the joint.
Ok, je suis pas au max.
Environmental sciences. On the other hand, adaptation proposals seen from the angle of the economic or social sciences. These reports is a particularly impressive example of what interdisciplinarity and dialogue between disciplines can achieve. This work is indeed, and above all, the demonstration that only an interdisciplinary approach can allow us to understand and measure the multiple factors and stakes linked to the upheavals that we are all preparing to face, but that will be, of course, particularly devastating for Vietnam. Judging by the results obtained, it is also proof that
Bonjour, bonjour. 1, 2, ça marche?
So we'll have to We're doing this and we're good to go.
Ok.
So I just have some work, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So first this.
Oui, on a un quatrième. Bon. Assurez-vous de rester tout dans le champ de la caméra, je sais pas si là vous voulez. Je peux avec ce téléphone, seul. Okay, we'll search for it after all.
They were all out.
No, no.
Ok, on peut commencer.
Ça s'allume automatiquement.
If you need it, you can just open it.
C'est lui qui va
Vous voulez que je lance la vidéo?
Tu la lances avant.
Here, you turn it on or
Đây là tiếng Anh tiếng ta.
it's on already.
Oh.
Okay.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Bonjour à toutes et à tous et bienvenue pour cet événement spécial à l'occasion de la sortie d'un rapport au premier jour de la COP26 du coup sur les
report after the COP26 about climate change in Vietnam and the strategy when it comes to evolution. This report has been written in cooperation between the Ministry of Environment in Vietnam, the AFD as well. I'll be the moderator of today's session and I will show you the main results of the report by the end of the session as well. Let me now introduce the participants that will be showing and talking about this report. We have the luck to have Mathilde Borg-Laurence, which is Climate Director at the French Agency of Development. She should be talking about this ongoing project. The Dr. Tang Te Quang, General Director of the Climate Change Department of the MONRA, and Mrs. Corinne Brunon-Meunier, Deputy General Director of the French National Institute for Sustainable Development. I will leave you the floor before getting into a sequence about presenting the report. Mathilde, if you see us and hear us from your hotel, you have the floor.
C'est à toi.
Good afternoon.
It's okay. C'est bon.
It's working fine. I must admit, first I must apologize for not being here. My train was delayed yesterday night because of heavy rains, but I hope to join you later on in the afternoon. Dear Dr. Kong, General Director of the Climate Change Department of the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources, dear Madame Brunon-Meunier, Directeur Général Délégué de l'Institut de Recherche pour le Développement, let me convey a few words on behalf of Rémi Rioux, our CEO, who may join you later in the room. It is a great honor and pleasure to start the French Development Agency's participation in Glasgow with the launch and presentation of this important scientific report our three institutions and ministries prepared. More than 60 experts and scientists from Vietnam and France have worked to build this important knowledge base, building also, and this is key, a strong scientific cooperation in between our two countries on assessment of climate change and impacts and adaptation. This program, called GEM Vietnam, has been funded by France through the French Development Agency facility, which is called the 2050 facility. It has been created 5 years ago, soon after the Paris Agreement, to support developing countries on building long-term strategies fitting the target of the Paris Agreement. Of course, a key topic today, specifically at this COP in Glasgow. It's remarkable to see that this collaboration, launched in 2018, managed to deliver joint scientific results despite the COVID crisis. I would like especially to commend and thank your department, Dr. Kwong, as well as the Institute for Meteorology, Hydrology and Environment, represented by Dr. Hong Nguyen Thi Lan, the IRD representations locally, including Professor Alexis Drogoul, and of course AFD staff, locally at AFD office in Vietnam, but also in Paris. And thank you, Etienne, for representing them today. Thank you all for the quality of the work and collaboration. With 4 parts and 13 chapters only, I had time to go through some of them yesterday night in the train, echoing the IPCC report, but working at local scale for Vietnam. This report presents how climate change may impact Vietnam, building from climate scenarios what could be sectorial and macroeconomic impacts. There's also a focus on the consequences on the Mekong Delta, which role is so critical for Vietnam and the region. Impacts on the energy sector, on agriculture, on the overall growth trajectory of Vietnam are analyzed. I will, of course, let the panelists explain to which extent. The magnitude of the impacts of the various scenarios on Vietnam stress again how important tackling greenhouse gas emission is urgent and how much uncertainty and risk climate change generates for a country such as Vietnam. But this report also shows that we can act now. Building adaptation strategies embedded in development trajectory of Vietnam is critical. We shall try to use this report to build on the recommendations, and of course the French Development Agency stands ready to work with you in Vietnam and continue our dialogue and collaboration on climate change, and more specifically on adaptation. I will leave you the floor for real, for those who are really in the pavilion. But thank you again for this presentation and looking forward to this continued collaboration.
Thank you very much, Mathilde, for this introduction on the side of AFD. Now we welcome Dr. Quang Tan Te, Director General of the Climate Change Department of the Ministry of Environment of Vietnam. So, Dr. Quang, if you want to introduce.
Hello? You here already? Ms. Martin, Climate Director at the France Agency of the Development. Ms. Corinne, the Deputy Director General of the France National Institute for Sustainable Development. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the DCC, the Department of Climate Change, Ministry of Nature Resources and Environment of Vietnam, I am pleased to here to speak with the event of the AFD here. I am very honored to be present at today's event introduce COP26 Special Report on Climate Change in Vietnam, Impact and Adaptation. First and foremost, I would like to extend my utmost appreciation to the AFD for your continued support and cooperation with Vietnam in our mutual fight against climate change. This cooperation has been highlighted during the official visit to the General Secretary of the Vietnam Communist Party, Mr. Nguyễn Phú Trọng, to France in 2018. On that meaningful occasion, Department of Climate Change of Vietnam and AFD France together to sign a MOU on the cooperation to study socio-economic impact of Vietnam and climate change adaptation strategy. We know as GEM Program Vietnam. Ladies and gentlemen, today's event marks an important moment for the cooperation between two sides. As the study under GEM Vietnam has been able to develop and showcase international result at the COP26 today. This initial outcome and the special report as a product of both France and Vietnamese researchers who vital contribution I would to express my sincere appreciation for. The GEM Vietnam program is currently implemented in the context that Vietnam is developing a national climate change strategy until 2050. I hope that we will soon be able to welcome final report to study because this will be the use as important reference when developing Vietnam planning and strategy. Once again, I thank you, AFD France, for the meaningful cooperation, and I am looking forward to continue a successful partnership with the AFD in climate change response. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Quang, for your support and your introduction to this side event on day one of COP26. Let me now introduce Corinne Brunon-Meunier, so Deputy General Director of the French National Institute for Sustainable Development, who was a key partner in the project. So, Corinne, if you want to say a word.
Merci.
Thank you very much. General Director of the Climate Change Department, Dr. Quang. Thank you, Mathilde, from the AFD, for joining us. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me as well, for the AFD that I represent, a great honor to be in the capacity to contribute today to emphasizing the value of this report that has been, that has shown a unique example of scientific cooperation and technical cooperation with historic partners of the IRD, like Vietnam, where IRD has been present for almost 30 years, with representation on place and teams that represent 16 mixed units on the territory. And there is another partner that is becoming historic, the AFD, of course. I'm very happy. I would like to congratulate the teams of the IRD for the very good implementing of the GEM project in Vietnam to meet crucial goals like assessing the impacts of climate change according to different scenarios and the possibilities of adaptation, political, social and economic analysis of the opportunities and potential challenges, an analysis of the different perceptions of answers that Vietnamese society could bring to this environment change that they are facing now, and a crucial chapter, of course, which is about identifying the investment and development opportunities that can come out in certain sectors that are good for adaptation. I won't be talking about the technical modalities of the project. They will be mentioned shortly thereafter. But what I would like to do now would be to say to what extent the approach of this work has proved effective, because this project is really for us elaborating the framework and of sustainability science. Sustainability science is an interdisciplinary approach that creates dialogues between sciences of all natures in order to come up with solutions that give the possibility to adapt ourselves to climate change. This is a very strong example of an international cooperation, a multi-sectorial cooperation that has been a success between the AFD and several partners in Vietnam in the framework of an equal win-win partnership. This approach is this sustainability science, this partnership is a very important thing for us, because we want to come up with fundamental results. This report shows yet another time how important is scientific data, because this is thanks to what you can find solutions. Thanks to this project, we'll be in the capacity to understand and to anticipate the impacts of climate change and human activities, both in economical and human terms, throughout modelization and constructions of scenarios, and politically, and of course, and this is what the important thing, with the elaboration of innovative strategies in order to meet our goals. What I wanted to say is, first things first, thank you. Thanks to our Vietnamese colleagues, to the AFD and to the IRD teams in situ. They are cooperating closely with our Vietnamese partners, and of course we do hope that all of this knowledge will be duplicated not only for Vietnam but within the region, in Asia in general. I think it is a very, very good work that has been done. Thank you.
Meunier, for this introduction and the importance of the collaboration we had with IRD throughout the project. And thank you all for this important introduction. I think that now it is time to move to the broader presentation of the report, and for this we have the chance to have with us Dr. Huong Huynh Thi Lan, Deputy Director of the Institute of Meteorology, Hydrology and Climate Change in Vietnam. And so Im Hen was a key partner of this report. So Dr. Huong, if you want to say an introductory word to the presentation.
Well, the microphone isn't working.
Is it okay now? Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, so thank you very much for giving me a chance to be here and talk about the cooperation between AFD and our institute, Vietnam Institute of Meteorology, Hydrology and Climate Change, and especially how we involved in the special report from GMET project. First of all, I would like to talk about our institute. Our institute has more than 40 years experience on hydrology, meteorology, environment, and climate change. We signed the MOU with AFD to cooperate on exchanging the research, scientific information, and also permit cooperation on workshop, training, and joint research. We also share the advanced technology in meteorology, hydrology, oceanography, environment, climate change, and climate in monitoring. And what about the contribution from IMHAN to GMET project? We jointly organize and participate in workshop, webinar in early 2021, targeted to topic on the national climate change strategy. And we also contribute to the formulation of the special report from GMET project. We give the information involved on the access and synthesis of climate observation and project future plan. We also assess the impact of climate change on the rise for the Mekong Delta and assess the hydropower and other upstream activity on the livelihood of the Mekong Delta people and assess the impact of climate change on labor in the Mekong Delta and review and analysis of the current adaptation response and resilient measures available in the Mekong Delta. And we also contribute for the review of the national, sectoral, and provincial level adaptation policy in Vietnam, and assess the adaptation policy implementation and what is the achievement and limitation for the policy involved for climate change adaptation. And we analyze the response to climatic-related hazards at local level. And all of the information has been included in the special report. And I think that the special report is very interesting and very useful. As Mr. Cường mentioned from the beginning, we are now developed the Vietnam National Strategy on Climate Change. So I think that all of the information from the special report will be very useful and will be involved for the climate change strategy for Vietnam. Yeah. This is some information from our institute. I would like to introduce to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Dr. Huong, for these elements highlighting the contribution of IMHAN to the report. So this has been a hybrid event in many dimensions. So now we welcome Professor Alexis Drogoul, who is the representative of the French National Institute for Sustainable Development for Vietnam and the Philippines. And he's not live, but he recorded a short video that we will run now. As soon as we solve the sound problem. All right, so we have a sound problem with Alexis Drogul, so maybe we will solve it, but the best is probably to start the presentation of the key elements of the report. All right, so do you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, good. So, next slide, please. So this, the GEM Vietnam project has started already 2 years ago, as mentioned, but the journey to this special COP26 report started a year ago when we decided that it was important to try to take stock of the collaboration, the research that had been done so far. And here we are on the first day of COP26, and we can show you some key elements of these reports. So next slide, please. So just a few key features of the reports. As was mentioned, more than 60 researchers have contributed to it, so it's a huge collaboration. There are 4 parts in it that I will detail slightly in a minute. 13 chapters, and you can find all the abstracts, the summaries of the parts, but also the executive summary in 3 languages, so Vietnamese, French, and English. So next slide, please. Yeah, a few key results of the reports, but it's, to be honest, it's much richer than these key results. But the question we were asked was really to try to estimate the impacts of climate change on Vietnam for a global increase of average temperature by 1.5 degrees and 2 degrees. And we did our best to answer this question. And on the left side of this slide, you can see our evaluation of the direct damages in terms of in percentage of GDP of Vietnam for global increase of temperature by 1, 1.5, 2, and 3 degrees of temperature. An interesting point is that when we assess the macroeconomic effects of these direct impacts on different sectors, it occurs that the macroeconomic impacts tends to be slightly higher, actually quite a lot, by 30% on average, depending on the climate simulation we run. So it's very important. The main lesson is that it's very important not just to take a look at the sectoral impacts, but at the macroeconomic and all the feedback effects that could occur within the economy. And second key result is really related to the Mekong Delta, where we have run different types of simulations of salinity intrusion, sea level rise, subsidence dynamics of the Mekong, and we see that in the case of the Mekong region, in the Vietnamese Mekong Delta, the problems are very mixed between climate change and more local anthropogenic drivers. And we can see here that it's not just the climate scenario which determines the effect of salinization in the Mekong Delta, for example, but it's really this combination of more local effects such as subsidence, sand extraction, and water extraction as well. And of course, climate change in the second half of the century will become a dominant driver. So now let me highlight a few elements of more details of the report. Next slide, please. So these are the 4 key parts that we try to work on, and they are all related to each other in some ways. So the first part really summarizes the latest data, the latest trends in terms of climate change over Vietnam, but also specify some new simulations in the future according to the different representative concentration pathways, which are the big scenarios of potential future climate change that are used globally. So it's really the up-to-date data over Vietnam purely in terms of climate. Then we move on to the second part, where we have sectoral analysis, specific sectoral analysis, both in terms of economic sectors, and here we chose to focus on agriculture, and within agriculture on rice. and on the energy sector, where we focused on the demand side and the supply side, and more specifically the hydro sector. And then we had a more also other analysis on more social variables such as health, but also the revenues of the households and more. So you can see that in the second part of the report. And then actually what we do in the macro part is to aggregate this direct impact and then feed the macroeconomic model, which is an original empirical macroeconomic model of Vietnam that was built on purpose for this report. We feed these direct impacts within the macroeconomic model to run it according to different climate simulations and see what are the macroeconomic impacts. So with all the feedback effects, intersectoral effects, and the effects also in relation with the rest of the world. And then we also have a specific zoom on the Mekong Delta, which is considered by the Vietnamese government as a high urgency in terms of climate. And it is very interesting actually to look into detail in what happens in the Mekong Delta, because we see the complexity and the intertwined elements between local drivers of change, as I just mentioned, and climate change, which will basically worsen these elements, but also possibilities for adaptation, good adaptation strategies in the short to the medium run. So let me move to a few key results within each part. On the climate change part. Next slide, please. So basically, if we look at the two key variables, temperature, precipitation, of course, climate change cannot be reduced to temperature and precipitation. It's also much more complicated than that. But if we look at this, we can have a key results on the most recent trends that we had in Vietnam an average increase of 0.2 degrees per decade of temperature. And also in precipitation, the tendency is also towards an increase in precipitation in the recent decades, with differences between regions. As you can see, of course, the country is very long, so you have these regional effects which are very important. What we can observe also is that this average increase, goes faster, which is not a surprise, but the last decade was with the highest increase. Next slide, please. In terms of the future trends, we used the climate simulations of the Ministry of Environment, of IMHEN, and we run also specific simulations so that we have a rich set of scenarios that we can use. And the key element that you can see here in these temperature projections over Vietnam on the right side and over the world on the left side is that basically temperature tends to increase a little bit slower in Vietnam, which is compared to the global average, which is normal because Vietnam is close to the equator, and there the temperature moves slower than, for example, in France or in the UK. However, you see also that the RCP 8.5, which is the strongest climate, the most dangerous, let's say, climate scenario, and the trajectory we are in also right now, shows a quite substantial increase in temperatures by the end of the century, also for Vietnam. So that's the red curve. Next slide, please. In terms of sectoral impacts, I just show you the really aggregate analysis, so the aggregation of all the direct impacts that we analyzed. But in the report, you will see there is a chapter for each one of those impacts to detail really how we can assess the impacts, how we can take into account the uncertainties, and yeah, more also qualitative elements. But on aggregate, that's what we can see if we take the median climate scenario. So it's a direct damage function in terms of temperature increase, and you have the temperature increase compared to the most recent period for Vietnam. So that's the first x-axis that you see. And on the second one, you can see the temperature increase compared to pre-industrial times. So when we usually talk in the negotiations about the 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees, it is compared to pre-industrial times. So and for this you have to look at the second x-axis, right? Next slide. So on average, let's say, because there are of course high uncertainties in terms of the future climate scenarios that we could have, we observe that for 1.5 degrees increase in the global average temperature, the direct economic damages for Vietnam could be around 4.5% of GDP. Again, lots of uncertainties here. For plus 2 degrees, it moves to 6.7, so around nearly 7% of GDP. And for plus 3 degrees, well, here we have even more uncertainties, of course, but it could reach up to 10% of GDP. Let's move to the next ones. So now let's zoom a little bit over the Mekong Delta, and I just should describe a bit more this graph that I showed you earlier. So here what you see in red is the worst climate scenario, so the RCP 8.5, and you see the RCP 4.5 in blue, and then you have different combinations of scenarios for the subsidence of the Mekong Delta. So you know subsidence is the Mekong Delta naturally, and because of some local anthropogenic drivers, tends to sink by a few centimeters per year, actually. So that's in the short run, that's the key driver of the relative sea level rise for the Mekong Delta. But in the long run, what we see is that climate change becomes the main driver. So in the short run, that means that there are adaptation possibilities to slow down these subsidence dynamics for the Mekong Delta and at the hand of the local governments or national governments of Vietnam. Of course, these are also very difficult solutions because they depend largely on the livelihoods of people in the Mekong Delta. Next slide, please. So let's move quickly to the macroeconomic impacts. As I mentioned, the idea is to run the macroeconomic model with all the damage, the sectoral damage functions that we evaluated in the second part of the report, and combine with all the climate scenarios from IMHEN, Monterey, and our own, to see what would be the macroeconomic impact compared to just adding up the different sectoral impacts. What we see in the next slide, please, and the next. So what we see is that on average, the macroeconomic impacts in terms of GDP is 30% higher than the direct impact that was just the addition of the different sectoral analysis. An interesting graph also that we can show is the graph on the left-hand side, previous left-hand side, where you see the trajectory in the case of the RCP 8.5, so the worst-case scenario for climate change. You see the trajectory of Vietnamese GDP, and you have the green vertical line, which is the time when we cross the 1.5 degrees globally. And the red line is the time when we cross the 2 degrees globally. So these times were calculated based on the CEMIP 5 model calculations. So I know that in the very recent IPCC report of this summer, this has been updated, and this will be also updated in the project in the next few months. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this was very brief. Again, it's a 13 chapters long report. And we will have the opportunity to present it again and in more details, and also answer many questions from the audience on November 10th in an AFD webinar. And thank you all for your attention. So I think, yeah, that's it. So let me now take my hat of moderator and suggest maybe a few questions from the audience, or we also can close the session with the last word from Dr. Kong and Corinne, if you want. Here we have a question, thank you.
You hear me? It's okay? With this study, you already came to some conclusions about important vectors of emergency to slow down the changements in Vietnam. And does the mission you fix to yourself include some communication and sensibilization of people, for example, of the population of Mekong Delta, about your results, or no?
So, thank you for this question. I kind of have a few words of answer, but maybe also Dr. Kuong wants to react to that. But okay, sure. So we had the goal from the start of the project to really make our best to communicate the results, but also more generally to communicate about climate change in Vietnam. So we did a few events at the beginning of the project, a very important one with the youth organizations of Vietnam. And now with the reports in the coming weeks, actually, we will also repeat that kind of event. But of course, in the last year and a half, because of COVID and because we worked hard on the on the report, we mainly focused on the research aspect. But now we have one more year of project, and we want to really first improve, but also make a lot of efforts towards key parts of the population, yeah, with the help of the MONRE. Any other question, or we move to last word by Dr. Kong, if you want? No? And Corinne, you want a reaction?
Merci, surtout.
Thank you. To you, Tien, for presenting the sum up of the report. I just wanted to say that the richness of this report is to work with all the actors. The actors, of course, local actors, the population, but also the territorial actors. The solutions that will be implemented will imply everyone. Also, in the framework of this work concerning the river Vietcong, which is extremely important to show in the framework of this country, how you can carry this analysis, how they cross them and find solutions, but also what are the opportunities, but also to make an example of it for us, for all of us who are here. That's something on which we're going to keep working. I just really wanted to thank again our friends from Vietnam for your excellent presentation and for the work that you carry out. Thank you. Thank you very much, Corinne. Thank you very much, Dr. Kong and Kung, for this side event that is the very beginning. It's the first time that we show this report to the public, to the people, and there will be other moments in the coming weeks. We'll have the occasion to deploy scientific aspects, but also political aspects of the adaptation. So thank you again for being here in French Pavilion, and thank to the French Pavilion for the organization of this event. So I'll see you soon.
Hello. Hello? Hello. Yeah, that seems to be working.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
So Nico is going to be starting. And then do you, unless appears magically?
Shall we begin? All right, well, good morning, everyone, and thanks for joining this morning's session. My name is Nico Miai. I'm the founder and the president of the Future Society, which is a small think tank specialized on the governance of AI. But I'm also the co-chair of the Global Partnership on AI Committee on Climate Action and Biodiversity Preservation. And today we are happy to be with you. I should have been with you in person, and my other co-chair, Raja Shatila, is right now queuing. He's had a bit of a difficult journey coming from Paris up to Glasgow. And I'm very happy that we have two other colleagues on stage with you to present to you what we've been working on for the past year or so, which is a preliminary responsible AI strategy for the environment, starting with climate action, in particular decarbonization. And so I'm going to, because I know it's not going to be as pleasant for you to have the presentation coming from across Zoom than to have people in the room presenting. So I'm going to probably hand over to my colleague Marta, who is part of the project steering group of the committee, who has been leading with us this responsible strategy for the environment, for her to introduce GPay, for her to then introduce the project, and then we'll hand over to our delivery partners, the Center for Climate and AI and Climate Change AI, for their presentation of some of the main recommendations and use cases. Over to you, Marta and Pete.
Thank you, Nico. That's great. So I'm Marta Kwiatkowska. In my day job, I'm a professor at the University of Oxford working on robustness for artificial intelligence. But the reason I'm here is because I am also a member of a responsible AI working group, which is one of the working groups that was introduced by GPay. We call it GPay. It's a global partnership for artificial intelligence. It's an intergovernmental organization, and I will say a little bit more about this. So what we are presenting here is our report and this is a report that was initiated by the GPAI Responsible AI Working Group, and in particular it's a project which we call Project RAISE, and this project was done in partnership with Center for AI and Climate, and Peter Clattenbrock is here. He's going to give us the details of the project later, and also Climate Change AI, another organization. We were working on this project through the summer, and what we are going to present is preliminary observations and recommendations for governments for how to responsibly deploy AI solutions to help climate change. Next slide. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say a little bit about the Global Partnership for AI, which is pronounced GPAI, and then specifically about the project, and then I will hand over to Pete and our CCAI partners who are going to be on the video. Next slide. So, Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence is actually an intergovernmental organization. It was started a couple of years ago with 15 founding members, of which France is one, and that's why we are presenting in the French Pavilion, and the United Kingdom is another, and that also justifies my presence here. And the organization is growing, so in particular, okay, just in time, this is Raja Shatila, who is a co-lead of the project, the RAISE project that we are going to discuss, and maybe he will say more himself about GPAI.
Thank you. Hello everyone. I'm sorry I just arrived in Glasgow. It was epic. My name is Raja Shatila. I'm a professor at Sorbonne University in France, and I'm the co-chair of the responsible AI working group at GPAI. So probably you're wondering what GPAI is. GPAI is the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence. This has been launched in 2020, in June 2020. It has currently 19 members. It's open to other memberships, and probably there will be more memberships by the end of this year. So you have the countries who are members of this organization, which is an international organization. Can I have next slide? So the structure is that we have 5 working groups, and this is the Responsible AI Working Group. There is a subgroup on AI and pandemic responses, which started due to the pandemic, a group on data governance, on future of work, and on innovation and commercialization. These groups are about 30 plus experts discussing about issues related to artificial intelligence and those domains. Above this, there is a steering committee and the council. The council includes representatives of the member states, so it's an official level of the GPAI, whereas the experts are independent experts that come up with proposals. And the Secretariat is hosted at the OECD. So JPI's mission, next slide, is to support and guide the responsible adoption of AI, and the word responsible is really important. We'll develop a little bit more about what it means, especially in the context of climate action. Responsible adoption of AI that is grounded in human rights, inclusion, diversity, innovation, economic growth, and societal benefits, while seeking to address the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Now, please remain on the previous slide. In 2021, we worked on 2 projects. A responsible strategy for the environment. This is what we are going to discuss today. And responsible AI for social media governance, which is another topic, and provided preliminary reports which are submitted to the JPI Council. The summit in Paris is happening in November 11-12, so in 10 days from now. And the summit will have to discuss these reports and decide what to do about our recommendations. So, next, I'm going to hand now the mic to Marta, who will focus on the responsible AI strategy for the environment project specifically.
Hello. So since GPAI is focused on artificial intelligence, as the world is developing AI solutions and thinking of deploying AI solutions, what the Responsible AI Working Group decided to do is to focus on some projects that would generate some high yield, some high benefit. And obviously the first was climate change. And in the long term, the project also wants to consider biodiversity. So the overall objective of this project is to formulate a strategy and a roadmap that can be used by the governments to govern AI deployment and also to decide on research strategy and involve other organizations, businesses, but also NGOs, and do it in accordance with the GPAI mission. Inclusivity also matters. Now, as the short-term objective, this is a project that we are working on in the summer. What we produced is the roadmap and the preliminary report that we will hear more about this. And the idea was first to look at how AI is being deployed and consider the benefits that it can lead to in tackling climate change, but also consider risks and potentially disadvantages in terms of CO2 emissions. So we have then formulated a roadmap, what we call a roadmap, a set of recommendations, and this is backed up by a catalogue of use cases which show how AI is currently being used to actually help us tackle climate change. So the main aspect that we are mentioning here is that AI is just not a solution to everything, which you might be led to believe that it is. We really need to consider it holistically and consider also its risks. Next slide. So for the long-term objectives, I will just mention that our goals are to go beyond the roadmap and to also include biodiversity and to do it through cooperation. So we are using GPAI as a platform to allow us to expand and talk and form organizations and encourage standardization and introduce frameworks that would allow us to, for example, monitor, to collect the data, manage the data across the borders, monitor the changes, and then use this information responsibly to provide us with knowledge that we can then use to reduce the effect of CO2 emissions, but also to encourage biodiversity. So I will now hand over to Pete, who is going to give us the details of the recommendations.
Thanks very much, Marta, and it's great to be here. I'm Pete Klettenbrock. I'm one of the co-founders of the Centre for AI and Climate. Can we go to the next slide, please? So together with Climate Change AI, we developed a consortium to help GPAID develop the recommendations that we have in terms of how governments can support AI for climate-related action. So the Centre for AI and Climate Change is an organisation dedicated to supporting work at this intersection between AI and climate change, because we feel like AI, whilst not a silver bullet, has the potential to push the agenda forward in ways that it hasn't yet. We do a range of work with policymakers, with technologists, so we're a team made up of data scientists, plus energy and climate change experts. So we combine a range of expertises to help support work in this space. Next slide, please. So the work that we've been doing over the last few months with the Global Partnership on AI has really had two main goals, one of which was to try and inspire policymakers and help them understand what the opportunities were to apply climate change, to apply AI to climate-related challenges. So in doing that, we've developed a whole range of use cases that policymakers can access and find out about, where it provides really concrete examples of how AI is already being used to support climate action. And the second objective was to help governments understand how they can support work in this space. So what kinds of policies they can put in place, what kind of funding they can put in place to really push the agenda forward. And that's been the objective, the two objectives of this piece of work. So as you can see on this slide, we cover a range of different aspects as part of this report that are relevant to the second question, particularly in terms of how governments can support action. There are a whole range of challenges that currently make it a little bit harder than it should be to apply AI to climate-related challenges. Some of the challenges around data and the lack of it, or the challenges around simulation environments and test beds and libraries and all of these things which are really needed to support the adoption of AI for climate. So we go into that in a lot of detail in the report. We also talk a lot about the research and innovation funding that's needed as part of the package of measures that governments can put forward. So we talk a lot about the interdisciplinary need of bringing people together and aligning funding focused on climate change and AI in the right way. We talk a lot about deployment and systems integration, because just developing the technologies is only part of it. You need to actually support the application and adoption of them within the critical sectors that we care about when it comes to climate change, whether it's energy or transport or land use. Actually facilitating the introduction of these technologies into these sectors is really challenging sometimes, and there needs to be specific support for that. We also talk about some of the challenges about AI's use, not just in this sector, but in more general use, in that there is an energy profile related to AI. It has its own emissions. There are challenges of its use in sectors that we worry about in terms of fossil fuel extraction. So we don't want to gloss over that. We want to address those challenges head on, and we talk about that. But cross-cutting across those specific I guess, verticals, there are a whole range of issues that also need to be covered, whether it's around responsible AI and making sure all of this work that we're doing to support the adoption is done in a responsible way, so not supporting techno solutions and all the rest. Plus, we need to be providing capacity building across the piece and developing international collaboration and making sure that we assess the impact. So that's what we're going to cover in brief in today's session. I'm now going to hand over to the project partners we have on this, Climate Change AI. We've got a video of them highlighting the recommendations from the sections that they are talking about today. So can we play the video, please? I think that, yeah, what's... Okay. That doesn't look like the right video, I'm afraid. Yeah, that's not the right video. It's always one of the truisms of talking about technology, that the technology you use to talk about it never seems to work. So please bear with us. We will have the right video up and running very shortly. I believe it's just about to start any moment now.
Hi, my name is David Rolnick, and I'm an assistant professor of computer science and Canada's CFAR AI chair at McGill University and the Mila Quebec AI Institute, and a co-founder and chair of Climate Change AI, along with Priya Donti and Lynn Koch. Climate Change AI is an international nonprofit that facilitates impactful work at the intersection of climate change and AI through reports, events, grants programs, and other resources for academia, industry, policy, and civil society. The organization is run by a team of 30 researchers and professionals from across the world, with 6 of us participating as authors of this report. Before we dive into the key takeaways of the report, it may be helpful to give context on what AI is. Artificial intelligence, as defined in the OECD AI principles, refers to any computer algorithm that makes predictions, recommendations, or decisions on the basis of a defined set of objectives. Within that overall framework, certain AI algorithms are known as machine learning, a term that some of you may have heard because machine learning has become extremely popular and effective in recent years, with applications from automatic translation to self-driving cars. In a machine learning algorithm, the exact computation that the computer performs isn't specified in advance, but instead it's learned by the algorithm by identifying patterns within data, generally large amounts of data. The algorithm can then use these patterns to make predictions on new data. Most of the AI techniques that we consider here will fall under the heading of machine learning. It's worth understanding at a high level what some of the strengths and weaknesses of machine learning algorithms are. They're good at performing a wide array of simple tasks quickly and automatically, for example, scaling up repetitive activities like labeling images. They're able to pick out subtle patterns from large datasets that humans might not be able to. And they're able to optimize complicated systems like industrial machines with many possible controls so as to maximize efficiency or minimize cost. However, machine learning algorithms, since they rely on data, are also prone to failure if the data are inaccurate. And if the data that an algorithm is given are biased in some way, then the algorithm can perpetuate that bias. Moreover, machine learning typically finds correlation, not causation. It's generally unable to solve problems requiring broader conceptual understanding or creativity. And these algorithms can also be inapplicable for problems where it's necessary to show one's work. Often the answer appears without much explanation of why it's true, or of how confident the algorithm is in that answer. With those strengths and weaknesses in mind, let's turn to how AI can be relevant in climate change mitigation and adaptation. There are 4 key roles that AI can play. First, AI can distill large amounts of raw data into actionable information, often by scaling up annotations that humans could provide more laboriously. For example, AI can analyze satellite imagery in order to pinpoint deforestation, or to update coastal elevation maps to identify communities at risk from sea level rise. Or it can filter large databases of corporate financial disclosures to find climate-relevant information. Second, AI can improve predictions by learning from past data to predict what will happen in the future. For example, AI can provide forecasts of electricity demand to help balance power grids, or predictions of agricultural yield as extreme weather threatens food security. Third, AI methods can optimize a complex system with many variables that can be controlled simultaneously. For example, AI can be used to reduce the energy needed to heat and cool a building, or can optimize freight transportation schedules to reduce inefficiency or increase robustness. Finally, AI can accelerate scientific modeling and discovery, often by blending known physical laws with approximations learned from data. For example, AI can speed up the discovery of new materials for batteries and catalysts by suggesting promising candidates for experimentation. Or it can quickly simulate portions of climate and weather models, which could otherwise be extremely slow to run. All 4 of these functions for AI, distilling data, improving predictions, optimizing complex systems, and accelerating modeling and discovery, cut across sectors and areas of application for climate action. And importantly, in all of them, the role of AI is to support existing work in climate action. AI is not a magic bullet, rather it's a tool that can be used to accelerate other actions. Having seen how AI can be relevant in mitigation and adaptation, let's now begin to consider what governments can do. A cross-cutting theme throughout all our recommendations is that AI should be developed, adopted, and used in a responsible manner. There are several relevant considerations here. First is avoiding techno-solutionism, greenwashing. AI is not a replacement for other kinds of climate action, and care must be taken to ensure AI doesn't distract or divert resources from less flashy tools or approaches. AI is also not applicable everywhere and should only be used in places where it's actually needed and truly impactful. Second, there are many considerations for responsible AI which are common across many kinds of applied AI, not just in the area of climate change. Considerations like fairness, accountability, safety, privacy, security, and robustness. These are already the subject of extensive policy recommendations, though the forms these principles take within climate-relevant contexts are worth considering. For example, safety and accountability guarantees for AI algorithms are particularly important in contexts like power grids and industrial operations, where errors can have serious consequences. Third, it's important to consider the climate-related impacts of AI holistically. AI can be both good and bad for the climate. We'll discuss this more on the next slide. Finally, the relationship of AI to equity and climate justice should be considered. There is the risk of centralizing power among those institutions and entities with the knowledge and resources to develop and deploy AI, which can further exacerbate the global digital divide. It's important that AI be leveraged in ways that address rather than widen societal inequities, including through the choice of problems and the inclusion of relevant stakeholders in designing and deploying solutions. Throughout the report, we provide a number of case studies which both demonstrate the potential for AI in climate action and illustrate important considerations and bottlenecks. One of our case studies is on the tool Kuzi, which uses AI to predict locust swarms. These are growing more frequent as a result of climate change and can devastate agriculture in communities across East Africa, the Middle East, and India. Applications like Kuzi highlight one important aspect of responsible AI: how important it is that AI for climate efforts support the priorities of stakeholders globally, rather than just the problems prioritized by actors in the global north. Overall, we encourage governments to establish and implement standards and best practices guiding the responsible practice and participatory design of AI in climate contexts. While the primary focus of our report is on ways governments can foster the responsible use of AI to support climate action, it's also worth noting the various ways in which uses of AI in general can have negative impacts on the climate, as well as positive ones. In particular, there are several ways that AI can impact greenhouse gas emissions. First, as we've already seen, there are numerous applications of AI that can accelerate climate action. As I previously mentioned, this is the topic of most of our report, and Pete will shortly cover levers to foster research, development, and deployment in this area. Second, there are greenhouse gas emissions associated with the energy used by AI and the embodied emissions from the hardware on which it runs. These emissions vary considerably between AI algorithms, with some algorithms requiring significant computational resources and others running on just a laptop or a phone. Third, AI can increase greenhouse gas emissions by facilitating high emissions activities. For example, AI and other advanced analytics techniques have been used extensively in oil and gas exploration and extraction, and are estimated to contribute about $500 billion in profits for the fossil fuel industry by 2025. AI has also become ubiquitous in digital recommender systems, resulting in highly personalized advertising that may be significantly increasing global consumption. Some applications of AI also have uncertain impacts, like self-driving cars, which may make driving more efficient per mile, but could also lower the barrier to driving, and therefore could result in more overall miles being driven. In the report, we offer several recommendations to governments interested in reducing AI's negative impacts on the climate, and more proactively shaping its positive impacts. For instance, we encourage policymakers to make climate change a central consideration when fostering the development of AI-enabled technologies overall. Many emerging technologies, for example, autonomous vehicles, have an uncertain impact on greenhouse gas emissions, and implicit choices in the technology design or use can shape their impact. For example, incentives for self-driving technology that improves public transportation could help make this technology overall more beneficial than detrimental to the climate. Regulations pertaining to high-risk AI systems should also consider including the impact on the climate in how they define those risks. We also encourage reporting requirements where appropriate for the life cycle emissions associated with the development and use of AI. That includes computational and hardware-related emissions at the development stage and in the ongoing use of the technology. And it also includes the impacts associated with what the AI is being used to do. We consider in more detail in the report how such reporting may be performed, including assessment by various relevant entities like cloud compute providers. Such climate impact assessment tools can help governments proactively shape developments in AI and climate. So far, we've talked about the different ways in which AI can support climate action, as well as the effects, both positive and negative, that general AI developments can have on the climate. Supporting the responsible use and governance of AI in this context will require capacity building, supporting the growth of literacy, talent, and tools needed to develop and govern AI-based technologies. Notably, capacity is needed across a wide range of entities and geographies, including national and local governments, private sector entities, both large and small, and civil society overall. The options available to different organizations may differ markedly. Cross-functional and cross-sectoral coordination are also essential here. Interdisciplinary teams need experts who are trained in both AI and a climate-relevant sector and can translate between areas, ideally also incorporating the socio-technical expertise needed to foster responsible development, deployment, and governance. As an illustrative example, the company Faro Labs employs tools from explainable AI to improve efficiency in industrial sectors through applications like predicting the properties of recycled steel in order to reduce the use of virgin materials. Such applications require deep expertise in both AI and the particular industrial application at hand, as well as capabilities in AI research, software development, and engineering. In many cases, it may not make sense to build up in-house capacity within each governmental or climate-relevant organization. Instead, it may make sense to procure external capacity. When doing this, it's worth ensuring that entities avoid risks of system capture or extremely high costs. These can occur when entities such as central and local governments exclusively rely on external AI capacity and become reliant on the expertise and systems of the companies providing it. We offer a number of recommendations for policymakers on how to build relevant capacity in public and private entities. For large entities such as governments, various climate-relevant industries, and civil society at large, we encourage the implementation of AI literacy and upskilling programs. These can help demystify AI and build understanding in how organizations can concretely develop, deploy, and govern work in AI and climate change. For the case of smaller entities that may not be able to accommodate full in-house capacity in AI, we offer two recommendations. First, the development of secondment programs to embed AI experts within climate-relevant sectors. These could help build cross-disciplinary expertise, allow organizations to explore AI solutions at lower cost and lower risk to their business, and allow AI experts to gain additional exposure to climate-relevant careers. Second, the creation of trusted AI for climate solutions providers and auditors. Climate-focused data science and engineering organizations to provide high-quality data analytics, auditing, and evaluation capabilities. There could even be scope for public solutions providers to enable organizations in climate-relevant sectors to experiment with AI approaches without undue financial or institutional risk. I'll now turn it over again to Pete for a discussion of the remaining sections of the report.
Thank you very much. If we could go back to the slide pack, that would be fantastic. Thank you very much. So, in addition to what David said, there's a whole range of other things that we talked about initially that governments can and must do to support AI for climate action. Highest up on that agenda probably is the data that's needed to support AI applications and the wider digital infrastructure that's important to support it as well. Because AI works very much alongside a whole stack of existing processes, data, and other technologies that support its application. It doesn't work on its own. And data is key to that. AI algorithms learn from data. They identify relationships between variables, develop predictions, make decisions, and evaluate performance, all on the basis of the data they are fed. And the quality of that data is critical to the success or failure of the particular algorithm that's being used. So we try and build in a few different case studies as part of this process. One of the things that we're seeing at the moment is vast amounts of high-resolution satellite data coming online and becoming much more available. So organizations like the UN Satellite Center, UNISAT, are developing really interesting applications such as Flood AI, which is developing a system to deliver high-frequency flood-based reports based on satellite data and machine learning to really help improve disaster resilience across a range of countries. So things like that are really interesting concrete examples of how AI is already being used. So what can governments do to support the development of data needed for AI applications? So we're recommending that governments consider establishing data task forces in critical sectors that we care about when it comes to climate change, whether it's energy or transport or land use or industry and buildings, to really identify, one, what data already exists or what needs collecting, what licenses it's available on, and how we can make that data more available to practitioners and to AI experts who can look to use that to develop applications. Secondly, in sectors that are perhaps more regulated, which is, again, some of the sectors that we care about, whether it's energy or transport, Governments should consider creating regulations to support both the creation of data and a presumption of openness for data in those sectors. It's often really hard for innovators in these regulated sectors to get their ideas off the ground, and making sure that the data is available to help do so is really critical in supporting those kind of applications. Next slide, please. Data on its own, unfortunately, is not enough. It's a part of the picture, but to support the actual delivery and development of solutions for climate change, there needs to be more bespoke support to help the deployment and systems integration of artificial intelligence solutions in climate-related sectors. So what we're looking to do here is really to accelerate the pathway from research projects through to minimum viable products, through to testing and deployment, and on to scaling after that. There's a whole range of different applications that fit into this category, and we're already seeing interesting applications take off in climate-critical sectors. So one that's particularly exciting, I think, is the National Grid in the UK has used AI to double the accuracy of its forecasts of electricity demand. That, in turn, is critical in allowing for greater proportions of renewable energy to come onto the grid, because grids need to be able to balance supply and demand perfectly. And so as you get higher proportions of renewable energy onto the grid, you need to have much more high-resolution forecasts of both supply and demand to do so. What we're recommending, some of the recommendations that we're thinking about when it comes to supporting deployment in critical sectors include embedding digitalization and AI experts into governmental climate policy teams and advisor groups, just to make sure that the expertise and capacity is there to support those decision-making processes. Launching digital innovation pathway initiatives in regulated sectors to clarify the pathway for digital innovators to get to scale and continue to be able to generate revenue when they get to scale. Often what we find is that for innovators who are looking to raise finance in, for example, energy or transport, venture capitalists are really interested, but they think that often the challenge of getting contracts with, for example, energy network companies or big transport companies is a real challenge, and so having a pathway to market is really important. Thirdly, developing cross-sectoral innovation centres to incubate climate-relevant AI projects, to facilitate collaborations, build a shared understanding of opportunities and needs amongst a diverse set of stakeholders. So these are acting as really centres of expertise to bring together experts in a cross-functional way to help guide the way forward in that space. Next slide, please. So to complement the work on deployment and data, one of the key levers that governments have at their disposal is research and innovation funding. And there's a lot going on in this space. You get a lot of governments who are supporting AI innovation, and you get a lot of governments who are supporting climate innovation, but often when you look at the intersection between those two, there's less available support, and that's what we think really needs to change. The integration, what we're not talking about is having very separate processes on AI and climate change, but to really integrate these two innovation streams. So at the moment there is really insufficient funding available for this area, and in particular I would highlight in lower income countries where there's a lot of potential, but perhaps less funding available, and there are definitely international processes and climate finance processes where that could be addressed. So some selected recommendations we have in this sector are that we need to accommodate AI within wider climate grand challenges. So this isn't necessarily about developing completely separate processes. AI is not a standalone technology that can deliver on its own. It needs to be embedded in wider climate strategies and programs. But there is a lot of potential to do that, and I think to support that there's a need to, first of all, for those processes to understand the potential and then bring in the relevant experts. Secondly, to develop a targeted AI for climate challenges where AI can offer particularly high impact results. So there are some areas where there is a case for specific challenges that could be set for AI for climate challenges. So, and we go into more detail about this in our report, so I'd urge you all to check it out there. And thirdly, fund the development of compute and simulation assets for AI for climate research. So the development of AI and its application today has been built on the basis of improved compute power over the last decade or so. And again, the specific compute that's needed for AI for climate is unique to some applications, for example, very large climate models or very in-depth material science simulations, and there's a need to support particular applications in those spaces. Next slide, please. One of the things that we talk a lot about at COP26 is the importance of international cooperation, and obviously that this area is no exception. So there is a very strong need and potential for better international cooperation on AI for climate applications, and that'll be really critical to unlocking AI's full potential for addressing these kind of challenges, particularly where you're looking at very common challenges across countries or where you're looking at cross-border challenges between countries. So in this space, we think there are opportunities for governments to support knowledge sharing on AI for climate policies and implementation between key stakeholders in different countries, whether or not it's policymakers or technology companies or industry incumbents. There is a lot of knowledge sharing that needs to be done between countries to learn from each other and benefit from existing work that's going on. Secondly, to bring together researchers and innovators to address common and cross-border AI for climate challenges, and as part of this, to pool data and to agree on data standards. One of the key things that international collaboration can do in this space is really to agree on the data standards and the ways of doing things, so that we're not all doing things in different ways in different countries in such a way that they can't fit together subsequently. And as part of this, we see an opportunity to develop a really exciting proposal for an international AI for climate partnership to support the coordination and delivery of AI for climate work, bringing together all the relevant stakeholders across the different sectors that we care about when it comes to climate change internationally. And there's a huge opportunity to do that and to work across GPay to help make that happen. So I hope that gives you a very quick rundown of what we're proposing in our report. Please do check it out if you've got time. We'll be sharing the details of where you can find it. What we hope that you've got from this session is, one, some ideas about where AI can help climate action through the use cases that we've demonstrated, and got an idea about how governments can support action in this space through the various recommendations that we've proposed. If you have any questions, we would be very happy to answer them. As mentioned, you can find out more on the GPay website. But please, if you have any questions, we'd be very happy to answer them now. Ying, I can see you're waiting to ask a question. Would you want to kick us off?
Yeah, go on then. Thank you very much for that. That presentation was really interesting. So my question is kind of around data openness. So kind of a lot of the sectors that you've mentioned, so energy, industry, transport, a lot of the times I think the incumbent businesses there, they see data as an asset, as something that is kind of a source of competitive advantage to them. So how would you kind of propose working to unlock that from the private sector?
Should I give this a first stab, and then if anyone else wants to join in, then it can? I think there's a couple of things to say. First of all, what we've proposed in the report is that governments consider developing a presumption of openness for data in regulated sectors. So these are sectors where you have monopoly incumbents, particularly, who have access to data on things like energy networks or transport networks, and where it's not easy for digital innovators to access that data. In those situations where you've got regulated networks, it's very easy. Well, it's easier to put in place the regulations necessary to support a presumption of openness. That said, that's not the entire picture. I think throughout the application of AI generally, there is an emerging need for business model development around how incumbents can work with technology providers to share the value of AI applications. Because often, this isn't a specific issue to climate change, but you have incumbents who have access to the data, and you have technologists who have AI algorithms who can help use that data. And I think how you share the value of the solutions that get developed is definitely a moving picture in terms of the business models for AI companies. But certainly I think in regulated sectors where there is a monopoly situation where it's harder for technologists to negotiate in those situations, I think there's definitely a role for regulators and governments to encourage organizations to go further and faster than they are currently.
Yes, thank you, Peter. I can add to that. So you have seen that in the organization of JPI, there is a working group called Data Governance. And may I have the next slide? Yes. I look at the last item. With the Data Governance Working Group, by the way, the co-lead of this project on climate is Nicolas Miail from the Data Governance Working Group. We are working on building climate-focused data trusts. And this can be a mechanism in which governments can encourage data sharing, data warehouses where different industries, different stakeholders can also provide data and also put in place some means for data governance because everyone can benefit from such an organization.
Bring us to next.
Oh, thank you for that. I'm Danilo, Research Associate at the University of Cambridge. And I'm wondering how the responsible AI framework is approaching indigenous knowledge as a technology also.
Do you want me to have a first stab and then I can hand over again? I think it's a really important question. I think too often you see situations where technologists in the global north work on problems without proper involvement of indigenous communities where they're looking to work. And you get interesting examples of, for example, projects on deforestation where, again, you're using satellite data generated internationally and there's not sufficient coordination and collaboration between researchers in the global north and those who are most affected by the impacts of deforestation. So I think there's a strong need for greater collaboration and connection between technologists interested in this space and indigenous communities. There are various projects in this space to support indigenous communities in understanding their data rights and supporting them in enforcing them. And I think those are the kinds of projects that need to be considered deeply in this process.
Well, I think just to add to this, I mean, because we are working with GPay and because of GPay's mission, this is very much upfront. And it was covered, I think, in our report. If you look through the use cases, I think we've identified, various projects, I think also in the Global South. But I should add that the Responsible AI Working Group also has another project that considers social media and the potential of harm. And within that project, we are specifically looking at issues to do with indigenous population, because that project is led by New Zealand. Very good question, very important.
Thank you very much for the talk and for the presentation. So I'm Adam Abdin. I'm Assistant Professor of Operations Research at Centrale Supélec in Paris. So my question is regarding like when you evaluate risks for the the energy usage of the different algorithms. In your report, do you have some recommendations about which kind of algorithms should be used or should not be used because they're they're computationally intensive? Or this is because for me, yes, we can pinpoint that there are a lot of energy usage because of using these algorithms, but without quantifying this in a concrete way, how can we know, us, for example, who are users of these algorithms, what is the impact that we're having on the environment?
Yes, so what we do refer to in there, and there is another report from an academic report from our collaborators. What we need is, first of all, frameworks to measure the impact. And for that, we need a framework that can consider, I think, not just the deployment, but also, you know, like we are talking about machine learning, you know, the training aspects, and also for computing equipment, you know, all the manufacturing, etc. And we need frameworks and ways to assess and quantify the impact that the particular algorithm or, you know, particular application will have. So that's what we need, and this is one of our recommendations.
Yes, just to add to this, actually, we need a global framework to assess this along the whole life cycle. This includes, as Marta mentioned, the learning process, the exploitation process, but it includes also the whole life cycle of the compute equipment. And this is becoming more and more important, actually. Especially, again, we are not speaking in our report just about decarbonization or reducing emissions. As you have seen, we want also to address biodiversity, and the project is called for the environment. So there are issues also related to rare earth, etc., that are used in compute systems that we should be also assessed in this framework. And this is why we also suggest that research is conducted for a correct assessment and not just generalities about what the computers are consuming, etc.
Hello, thank you so much for that presentation. My name is Janeta Sadilakova. I'm a lawyer in London, and I'm looking specifically at the cross-section of climate change, law, and AI. So the two aspects I have been looking at is how AI can help law. So one of the things you mentioned was natural language processing being used to screen reports, climate change disclosures, which is really interesting. And my question for you is a bit different. So in my practice, I have been frustrated numerous times because of lack of data. And the fact that you mentioned data trust is also very encouraging. It was a recommendation we gave to a client as well. So I'm very happy that people are thinking along the same lines. In terms of what obstacles law gives you as entrepreneurs, as you know, progress makers, I suspect you would face obstacles in data protection, competition law. Are there any other that you would like lawyers like me address and remove so that you can do your job?
I'll kick off and then I'll pass over. So I think, first of all, it's great to hear that you're working on it, and really interesting to hear that this is an emerging space. So we'll have to catch up afterwards. But I think in terms of additional laws beyond data sharing laws and data protection laws, I think I'd perhaps point to sectors that are particularly heavily regulated, whether it's energy or climate change, whether the legal and regulatory structures were set out perhaps 10, 20 years ago, and definitely not with the digital environment in mind. They're often very much designed with an analog framework in mind and haven't been updated since. And that does have implications for the use of some of these technologies, because you often don't have, the structures don't support the rapid innovation of new products or the kinds of innovation you need for the transition to net zero in those sectors. So I think there's a whole range of potential work to identify what those legal, legislative and regulative barriers are, and to help governments understand how they can tweak them with minimal possible effort from parliaments around the world.
So I just wanted to add my personal perspective. I'm a professor at Oxford, and in my department we actually teach a course on law and computer science, and I lecture on this course on automation and the law. So you've mentioned not enough data. You are probably referring to the data being withheld for commercial or for other data protection reasons. So I think this is a problem that we need you to work on. But my main focus in that context is actually robustness, because robustness of automated decisions based on the current generation of NLP, natural language processing tools, is not great. And I personally believe that for us to push AI forward, we need to combine machine learning with knowledge. And in contexts such as law, you know, the intersection of law, computer science, what we will need is we'll need close collaboration of people from those two backgrounds. And for example, at Oxford, our students are paired up. We have lawyers and computer scientists paired up so that they can learn their own language, so that the lawyers can appreciate what the strengths and limitations of AI are, but also so that computer scientists go beyond the techno world and actually start thinking about regulation and, you know, compliance.
Maybe one word about this. Yes, we mentioned data trusts, but you know, we also should mention data commons. There are data which are useful for many applications, and a new way to look at data, I think, is important to have, so that we consider this as a common good in a way.
So I think have you got a follow-up? No? Okay. So I think we're coming to the end of our session now. So thank you very much all for listening. Raja, do you want to offer some closing words?
Thank you. So we are continuing this work in 2022. We don't have time to go into the details, but it's really important that we provide to decision makers, to policymakers, to governments, actually, orientations that can lead to combat climate change, to implement climate action, to accompany the climate transitions using a tool which is AI, which has its pros and cons, and doing this responsibly means we do it while controlling actually the cons of AI. And this is why we have also in this project processes to reduce, for example, the consumption of AI systems. So thank you all for attending, and I hope that in 10 days from now at the GPI Summit, we will have the countries, the governing countries, discussing these issues and coming up with some decisions about them later on, because of course they have to take them to their own decision-making circles after that. Thank you very much.
Oui.
N'hésitez pas à me faire signe ou à dire
Bien sûr.
1, 2, 1, 2. Yep. So, hello everyone. Good afternoon and welcome to this latest panel. As you can see, it's mobilizing space solutions for climate action. My name is John Ainger. I'm a climate reporter for Bloomberg News. This is an area which I've been particularly focused on. We've done a number of stories looking at methane emissions, for example, using satellite data. And I think it's something that you guys will learn a lot about today and something that will improve as we go forward, especially as we need to monitor everything that humans are doing to match with their new and reinforced global ambitions. So I'm joined by two panelists today. First, we have Laurence Monet-Smith. She is the Director of Sustainable Development at CINES, the French Space Agency. And we also have with us today Antoine Rostand, and he's the President of Kairos. Kairos is a company that we've worked with to bring visualizations of methane data and to really track it. We've also worked with other satellite companies to do the same, and I think we'll learn a lot today. And without further ado, Laurence, would you please take to the stage?
Merci, John. Can you...
Thank you, John. Can you hear me okay? I will start this presentation by an initiative that will illustrate what the Special can do for the climate. It's called Space for Climate Observatory. Next slide. It's an international initiative. Excellent slide. That's what I wanted. International initiative that had been launched in 2017 by the President Emmanuel Macron, that gathers today. That started, I said, in 2017 with 32 special agencies, and now we are 36 agencies that represent international organizations, as you have also UNDP and UNESA, of course, who works with us. And this alliance of special agencies and of international organizations has for goal to develop tools, operational tools, to help the decision makers to adapt to climate change. The objective of this group of international agencies is to put together their data, spatial data, with the local data in order to, I will give you a few examples, to find the tools to help the local decision makers to make provision forecast of the climatic changes on their territory. Can we have the short video, please?
Donc, comme vous pouvez le voir,
As you can see, our initiative in about 2 years allowed to create many projects. We had the third call for projects that has been launched, and this is for European projects this time. We have today in our portfolio like 45 projects that are represented here, 45 projects dealing with the deforestation, agriculture, cities, coast problems. I'll give you other examples later. And all these projects have to provide and be tools and be operational in less than 3 years, which means that as we are at the third call for projects, the first projects have started. The first projects have started to deliver results. In particular, the first projects concerning the coast problems that give to local authorities an analysis and a map and a mapping on the waters, the developing of the waters locally. With this type of projects, we allow to the authorities to make forecasts in terms of urban problems. Next slide, please. On this slide, as you can see, is it's all the subjects that are concerned here. I haven't mentioned them all. You can see them here. In particular, those that were particularly interested for us this year is the biodiversity. And we presented at the World Congress, Nature World Congress, a number of projects like to continue the animal migrations. We have a beautiful project in Russia which allows to monitor the evolution of the migrations of animals as the habitats are being destroyed, habitats of animals. You can see all that on the internet. As you can see, these projects are located everywhere in the world with a number of descriptions that give the details of the data that is used, satellite data, but also local data, in order to allow to answer to the challenges of the stakeholders. The big news for us today, thanks to the mobilization of all the member states, as we are, I said it before, we are 33 state members plus other international organization. So we're launching the process of the ratification of the international chart that will create our new governance. We were an informal network, and now we're becoming an international alliance, a new form of governance, as you can see on this slide. We've decided that the chart will come into force on the 1st July 2022, and will allow to all the and all the countries will have finished the process of accreditation in order to switch from one system to another. This change of status is important because in this way we allow to integrate within the alliance not only the special agencies but even more all the research organisms, institutions that contribute in the projects to the implementation of the tools that we develop in the framework of our observatory. The COFA project will finish in 2 weeks, as you can see on the slide. Do not hesitate to spread the information if you want, because in this COFA project, every country may participate, and all the companies from Europe that work with spatial data. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. And now we've got another speaker for you, Gideon Bahar, who's from Israel. He's an ambassador, special envoy for climate change and sustainability with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Gideon.
Sure.
Good afternoon. My name is Gideon Behar, Special Envoy for Climate Change and Sustainability for the State of Israel. So in 2019, the Israeli Space Agency signed the Joint Declaration of Interest for a Space Climate Observatory, which expressed the common interest of the signatories to collaborate on promoting and expanding the use of space activities to monitor the impacts of climate change and support mitigation and adaptation policies and actions. As a member of the SCO Steering Committee, Israel recently adopted the statement of the SCO partners, in which we have renewed our interest and support to the Space Climate Observatory. The Israeli Space Agency and the Israeli space industry have been promoting various space projects and applications related to sustainability, environment protection, and climate change. Israel has significant abilities that may contribute to the international efforts to combat climate change using space activities. And we intend to continue collaborating with other states for this important cause. I would like to thank France for hosting this valuable event today and mention the great cooperation between the Israeli and French space agencies in joint missions which monitor the impacts of climate change. Israel intends to continue to take an active role in the negotiation on the new SCO Charter and hopes for a successful agreed outcome in the near future. Toda raba, merci beaucoup, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gideon. Back to you, Laurence.
Yeah, next one. Yeah. So this is, sorry, I'm switching from one language to another all the time. This is a presentation on monitoring tropical deforestation. It's one of the projects that we have in, as an example to give you within the Space Climate Observatory. So as you know, the main challenges we have with deforestation nowadays is that we have a very hard time to monitor exactly how this deforestation is taking place, because the tool we're using to monitor deforestation is usually use optical data, as you can see on this slide. And optical data have a problem when you monitor deforestation through tropical areas, is that you have clouds everywhere. And basically, it's very difficult to see through the clouds and to monitor and to have a very precise picture of which area are being deforestation on a regular basis. Even though the satellites are coming back quite often, they have a revisit. That's what we call a revisit loop, which is quite short. But nevertheless, because of the clouds, we cannot have accurate data. So we now propose to use through Tropisco a new technology, and this technology is a new type of data, which is a radar Sentinel-1. It's a Copernicus images, which are available under any type of conditions. So thanks to this new technology, then we are able to monitor a lot easier. As you can see on this slide, it's very interesting when you can see the difference between optical-based data and radar-based data. So when you have the Sentinel-2 allow a revisit every 5 or 6 days, so that means that we can have a map of how the forest has been bit every week, basically, instead of 6 months and sometimes a bit longer if we have all the precise data and the pixel adjusted together to give you a full map. So it's a real breakthrough that we are able to use this specific data thanks to the work that has been done in our research laboratory in CESBio in France in cooperation with CNES. So this is to give you an idea. It's the Tropico product has been tested in several areas. It has been tested in Vietnam, in Laos, and also it's been tested in French Guiana. And this is to give you just an idea of the expansion of deforestation through the time. And you can see the expansion, the wide expansion of the deforestation. So thanks to this new algorithms that has been tested there, we are able to provide, next slide please. We are able, so you can see that will be available real time. So this is an example in French Guiana. As you can see, through time. This has been tested between 2016 and 2018, I think, yeah. 19. And this, so this product will be available next year. We have the first prototype will be delivered at the end of this year, and the final prototype will, the final product will be hopefully produced by the end of 22, and after the phase B, and not only it gives you a very precise idea of the areas that has been deforested, but also why it has been the causes of deforestation. Of course, it's not the same that if the land has been used for agriculture, or if it's caused by fire or gold planning, for example, which is a real problem in French Guiana or even Brazil. And with this, we give precise map every week to decision makers, can be for policy uses, but also for planning and for the Alliance on Deforestation. And this is pretty much the end. Just to tell you that the end product will be an interactive tool that has been developed with the end user as well. So we make sure that not only NGOs, policymakers, and scientists can use our tool for different purposes. It could be for research purpose, or of course for NGO, it could be for outreach purpose, or else. Thank you. I think it's pretty much the end. And these are all the partners we are working on this Tropisco project. I focused on this one because for the biodiversity year that we have focused on call for project on biodiversity, this one has been presented at the One Planet Summit by the French President Macron as a good example of how we can use, satellite data and to help in policy making. Thank you very much. That was their illustration.
Thank you very much, Laurence. I, for one, found that extremely informative. Does anyone have any quick questions now? We will have a Q&A at the end, but if anyone would like to put their hand up and ask something now, the floor is yours. No? In which case, I'll hand over. Oh, we do have one question.
Bonjour.
Hello. Pascal Frissoz. I'm president of NGO for Sustainable Development. Thank you for what you said and for your tools. We organize very soon in France a conference at the Parliament with the local authorities in order to reinforce the integration of the sustainable objectives in local politics. Is it that's something that we can show them as they are digital solutions that could help them to deal with, to manage their territories, and also to anticipate the risks? And how could they access the services that you propose? Thank you very much, Pascal, for this question. Yes, the major part of the projects are presented as data platforms. For example, the mangroves management, the coast management. All that is creating mappings that help to access. You don't have the direct access to the data. You have access to processed data, because otherwise it's too difficult to interpret. So the object of our activity is to give to the stakeholders who can be non-governmental organizations, local authorities. We want to give them tools to work. Of course, you have to see with the subjects you work on, because we work in very differentiated areas: biomass, new technologies, agriculture. Yes, visit our website. You'll see the tools that we have at your disposal. When they will be, we'll see when they will be at your disposal, if that's interesting for you. Thank you.
Move on to our second panelist of the day. This is Antoine Rostand. He's the president of Kairos. Please take to the floor, Antoine.
Merci, merci.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, Kairos. We thought a lot in order to create the title. What is characteristic for us is the satellite data. We don't operate satellites. We just agnostics when it comes to sources. We only create algorithms and software in order to extract information from the satellites that are on the orbit, in order to create data that will be useful for the operators for their decision taking on a daily basis. What we do, we measure the impact of human activity on the planet. So we will see examples. We started with the problem of energy, and then the production of the energy in the mines and coal mines, and also petrol, gas. We we monitor all the boats, all the planes, all that in real time. The energy consumption, the big factories, the cement factories. Then we will measure the gases that are created by the human activity, and also measure the sequestration of the carbon in the forest. So we know a lot thanks to the satellites. So we're not the CMAS. We are present on the satellite scene. We are new space. We are 150 people, 100 scientists of 25 nationalities, with offices in Houston, New York, Paris, Singapore, and Bangalore. The stakeholders are the governments. We work with the American government. We work with the investors, all the great investors in the energy field, and with the operators also always in the domain of energy. So we monitor certain assets. We've listed them. That can be a cement factory. It can be a mine. It can be energy consuming, high energy consuming factory, like in the automotive sector. This way we will be able to accumulate all this data in order to make the people to understand what happens, all that in real time. We call it newscasting. See, it's not forecasting. We see what's happening right now. It's very important to understand the impact of a climatic policy and to understand the reality of certain things that were unknown until now. We have the same Sustainable Development Goals, which is normal in the space. Whether we, regardless of the sector, we will be able to work on reducing the pollution. We'll work on the transparency when it comes to the investors. We also have a direct climatic action, something that I will show you. This is something I'm going to show you later. And a direct impact on the deforestations with very complex algorithms that allows us to anticipate the degradation of the forest and to measure the carbon. Okay, we've announced yesterday a new initiative which allows to measure in real time the quantity of the carbon and the biomass. The special has been used up till now in a very active way to follow the hectares that were deforested or reforested, but we never measured the carbon contained in the biomass. But we did it. So here you have, it uses satellite of the European agency, Smooth. It's a satellite, a passive satellite, working on microwaves. It turns out that the mass is absorbed by the carbon. So with the measurements of the satellite, we are able to quantify, to really quantify the quantity of carbon in the biomass. So here you see the evolution in time in Ivory Coast. We have 10 years of history here, and this is something we've done with the INRAE and the Laboratory of Sciences of Climate, which that allows us to quantify the carbon in the biomass. There are surprises. There is an increase, a big increase of biomass in last years, 700 million tons, which represent a big percentage of the fossil energies in the world. Which we've been talking a lot about deforestation, but in the whole world we observe a reforestation. If we zoom in, the reforestation comes from Russia. So what happened? It's not the North Russia, I mean Siberia. It's the European Russia. What happened is that there were big farms, collective farms, that were. But with the end of the USSR, they stopped to produce on these soils. That was it was small in terms of production, but it was reconquested by the frost. So you can see the impact on the biomass of our historical geopolitical events and the changement of the structure of agricultural production. It's the same thing in Southeast Asia, in South China, where we've seen an active management of the forest and the migration of the peasants from the villages to the cities, which entailed a lower usage of the biomass by these populations.
Les États-Unis et les Caraïbes qui ont une gestion de la forêt qui est très active et qui ont absorbé du carbone de manière significative depuis 10 ans. On voit aussi ce qu'on connaît tous, hein, c'est en Amazonie, ce n'est pas un puits de carbone, il y a une baisse du contenu carbone dans la forêt en Amazonie. Donc ça, c'est confirmé par nos chiffres. Mais on voit ça aussi en Australie, probablement pour des questions essentiellement climatiques. Donc à cause de l'effet des sécheresses sur ce continent. Donc cet outil est vraiment très intéressant puisque pour la première fois, on est capable de mesurer l'impact d'une politique agricole sur le contenu carbone d'un pays. Et on discute avec un certain nombre de pays aujourd'hui pour pouvoir monétiser finalement leurs actions de reforestation à une valeur carbone qui soit bien plus importante que ce qu'ils reçoivent aujourd'hui. Aujourd'hui, avec les programmes de la Banque mondiale de type RED+, un pays qui va séquestrer du carbone va être payé $5 la tonne, alors que les marchés sont à 80, 90. Donc l'intérêt d'avoir une mesure du carbone, c'est qu'on va pouvoir faire monter le prix du carbone des États qui ont une politique active.
The active policies in terms of reforestation have to be rewarded for them to be in the capacity to pay their farmers and warrant the perennity of the system. The goal being to make sure that individuals that protect their forests, that add trees, to be in the capacity to perceive money for their work and the amount of money that fits to the work they're doing. Beyond that, we of course have tools in order to follow up the several kinds of cultures. It's quite classical. The idea is to use higher resolution satellites like Sentinel-2, like Planet, whose resolution, spatial resolution, is far more interesting, far better in comparison to MODIS or other older tools. That would be about it when it comes to the first chapter. So we do biomass using a very important measurement method. It's open source, it's usable for everyone, and that's how we measure the amount of biomass in the forest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antoine. I'll open up the floor to some questions then.
I have more slides, you know.
Oh.
So.
Okay, a quick break for questions then. Any? Gideon?
Okay. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Really a fascinating presentation, and I've enjoyed it a lot. Now I have 2 or 3 questions. You have mentioned that that there is a bigger biomass today in the world. Can you say if it is because of agriculture or because of forests? And is there more deforestation than reforestation or afforestation? So what is the trend? Are there more trees in the world or less trees in the world today? And you have mentioned also the number 8%. If you can elaborate on that. I didn't. You have said that 8%. There is a sequestration of 8%. If you can say something about that. Thank you.
So we do see more. So the vegetation, so forestry and agriculture, is taking more carbon now than before. So the net increase is 760 thousand, you know, of tons of carbon every year. So this is the net increase in the content of carbon due to the forestry. Now it's a mix of forestry, and so we don't know if it comes from a tree or from or agriculture. So it takes all the carbon content in the biomass. Now, when we zoom into region, we can explain what's going on. So if we look in Amazonia, we do see a drastic reduction of the carbon content of the forestry. So we see deforestation. Typically, in the tropical region in Africa, it's kind of stable, but in Europe it's stable as well. But there are 2 regions that have been absorbing more carbon now than before, and this is Russia, the European part of Russia, and the south part of China. And this is due to change in agriculture behavior, and in fact, it's a gain of forest versus agriculture. And what we measure, you know, the sink, so the absorption of the atmosphere, represent 8% of the total CO2 emission of 40 gigaton.
Does that answer your question, Gideon? Great. We'll move on to the next slides then, shall we?
Yes. Now, methane watch. And so we've developed another technology, and with active support of NES, thank you for your support, on measuring methane from space using Sentinel, the Sentinel constellation. So there are 2 basic technologies that we use. The first one is based on Sentinel 5P, and the Sentinel 5 goes all over the globe every day, and has a spatial resolution of 5 to 7 kilometers, depending on the latitude. But you know, it covers the full, and it has been designed to detect gases, in particular methane. So from that, we detect a lot of, unfortunately, we detect a lot of methane events, methane spills, that we can then quantify and attribute with an error rate of around 30 kilometers. So we know the zone where it's coming from, but not exactly. Then we can use Sentinel-2 or Landsat 8, which is a high-resolution imagery with 20 or 30 meters resolution. And these 2 satellites have an infrared band that is that can see methane, and it's quite complex from an algorithm standpoint. But thanks to that, we can then see the same plumes and attribute them very precisely with 20 meters resolution. We see only large plumes, so the detection threshold is around 1,000 kilos, so 1 ton per hour. But this is quite a very efficient tool to identify methane spills on a global basis. So that's the two satellites that we use to detect what we call super emitters. We have a partnership with Bloomberg, and when we detect a plume, then our friend from Bloomberg will do the investigation. We don't say where it's coming from. That's not our job. What we do is measurement. We say there is an abnormal concentration of methane here, and it comes globally from this area. Then Bloomberg will do the investigation and probe with the local operators whether something happened. And I would say that every time that you manage to call them, there were confirmations. So we had a great confirmation, unfortunately, by operators in the US, in Russia, in China, everywhere in the world, in Australia, that there are massive spills of methane happening. And the fact that Sentinel-5, so the European satellite with our artificial intelligence on top of that, are very precise and are able to detect these methane spills.
Une autre méthode pour quantifier là, ce qu'on appelle le full basic inversions. En bas, ce que nous voyons, c'est les.
We look at all the emission coming from the basin and we quantify the average emission coming from the region, and that's quite.
L'émission moyenne qui vient.
Quality of the energy that we import in Europe. And unfortunately, there are many hotspots. When we started to work on the Sentinel-5 data, which was early 2020 when they were released, there were only 2 or 3 super emitters that were documented in the scientific literature. One in the Aliso Canyon in the US, and another one also in the US. So the basic thinking that was that there were maybe 1 or 2 super emitters every year, and last week we had 40 of them. So there's 2 orders of magnitude more of these large spills of methane happening because of human intervention. These are all linked to human intervention in the world and what we saw before. So that's what space brings to the table. Methane was unknown. Nobody really knew what was happening, what was human of human origin, what was of non-human origin. What we can see is that there is a lot of methane coming from human origin, and that are easily available because almost all of this event could be easily avoided just by applying different operating procedures. When a lot of them are linked to pipeline maintenance, obviously when you do a maintenance on the pipeline, you have to release the gas for safety reasons, but there are 2 ways to do it. Either you can pump it back in the pipeline, you can burn it, or you can vent it. And what we see is a venting, which has an enormous impact on in terms of warming effect, and that could be easily avoided. So the great thing about what we're doing today, that we are actually seeing what's happening, and we hope that the regulator will start to do something about it, and we are very happy to have Bloomberg helping us, making this very visible events. Now the good news is that we see a small decline of versus 2019. Obviously 2020 was different because of COVID. So the fact that we have this data has an impact. Operators are starting to be a bit more careful, but honestly I was hoping to see a much steeper decline in the number of super emitters since we've started to explain that this was visible and have our cooperation with Bloomberg. But we hope that next year this will be divided by 2. And if you look at what does it mean in terms of, we all do a lot of climate action, we stop, we switch off the light, but this is extremely marginal. Just by using our technology, this is equivalent of 100 million US cars, so big cars, off the road. So this is really massive. That's the largest thing we can do for the planet today. It's very easy, it's cheap, we know. So everything is ready, except that there is not, the regulation is not in place for enforcement of such a regulation and for operators to change their operating procedures. Now last is on carbon. On carbon, what we do is we track demand on regulated carbon market. So that's this has less impact, direct climate impact, but I think I will show the technology. Next slide. So what we do is we detect a lot of things. So here it's heat on a cement plant, and so from that we can calculate the activity of at the cement plant. And as we know the type of so we've mapped this asset. We know what kind of technology they are using. We can then calculate the amount of CO2 that has been emitted. We can also, if they have imported coal, we've tracked the coal and we have measured the methane content of the coal, so which is the scope 3. So we can also allocate scope 3 emission to this specific plant. So we'll be able to actually measure, calculate the actual CO2 emission of this plant and the scope 3 of the plant. So we do that for power, for transport. As I said, we track the cars, the trucks, the planes, the boat using geolocation data. We look at heating. We use the transponder for planes, for ships. We look at heavy industry, and this gives us a measurement of 98% of CO2 consumption in regulated market, in particular in Europe. And so, which means that we have a real-time view of CO2 emissions. So today we sell that for CO2 traders because this gives them a mass balance. The credits are known, but they don't know how much has been drawn by industry, by company, and this is what we are selling to these operators to give more transparency again.
Thank you very much. So I think we're going to move on to the roundtable now. So we have one more guest speaker with us today. Thank you very much. This is Joe McMonagle, and Joe is the Secretary General of the IEF, which is the largest organization of energy ministers with 71 member countries and based in the diplomatic quarter of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. A lawyer by trade, he's also been the Chief of Staff at the US Department of Energy. So I believe there's probably no one best placed to sort of talk about the kind of impact that this data can have for energy ministers when they're trying to work out where methane leaks are coming from, for example, Joe.
That's right. Well, it's great to be here with Kairos. The IEF early this summer actually partnered with Kairos to develop a methane measuring methodology for member countries. And what we did was we took a handful of member countries to work with us on their input into what the methodology should look like, the baselines, and then we put it together with the secret sauce that Antoine just outlined for us. Really remarkable data and tools that can be used now. And we've come up with the methodology. And so what we've done is we've given it to the countries that participated in the workshop process, but in the process are making it available to all of our member countries. And as Antoine said when we did sort of a wrap-up call, before we did this project, there really wasn't a methodology to measure methane, and you can't really mitigate it unless you have a way to measure it, which is obviously technically challenging, as it was just outlined. And so now that we have the methodology, we need to use it. And now we're in this next phase. Last week, Secretary Kerry was in Riyadh at the Saudi Green Initiative and also the Middle East Green Initiative, and I met with some of his team. And what we're doing, what we did with Kairos, is very complementary to what the Global Methane Pledge is all about. The countries can use our methodology as part of their pledge. And Saudi Arabia also, I should note, last week joined the Global Methane Pledge, which was quite significant. And so I had some preliminary conversations with Secretary Kerry's team about providing some collaboration with the IEF and hopefully Kairos, although you're probably talking to them on other levels as well. One other point I'd like to make, which I think is kind of important, and I sort of learned this lesson when we announced the collaboration with Kairos on the IEF methane initiative, and that is that we really need to look prospective, not retrospective. And I say this because this all seems like a no-brainer. And in the energy sector, we know how to fix this. It's a very low-cost solution. But having said that, I mean, the IEF has producer and consumer countries. So some of the big producers, a lot of OPEC members are members of the IEF. And I think there's a concern that they'll be looked as a bad actor if they participate in this type of program. And that's why I think it's really incumbent upon us to really, and I tried to do this in my conversations with various ministers, that this is a prospective thing. This is about getting better, not looking back and casting blame on different countries. And I really think that's important because we need a lot of these countries who I heard from to be involved in methane mitigation if we're going to tackle this problem. So again, it's really terrific to be here. The satellite data tools are such a game changer, and I do think methane mitigation can be one of the real success stories coming out of the COP meeting. With that, I'll turn it back over.
No, for sure. And just for those of you who don't know exactly what the Global Methane Pledge is, it's a commitment by countries to reduce methane emissions by 30% by 2030 from 2020 levels. And I think we'd probably all agree that this time last year, I don't think anything like this was on the table. I don't think there was an awareness of the impact that methane has on the environment beyond cow burps. And I think over the last year, thanks to satellites, thanks to other NGOs with infrared cameras kind of shining a light on just how big a problem methane is, I think there's been real progress there. And it is, as Joe said, it can be a quick fix. Laurence, I want to turn to you. How quickly is technology moving in this space, both in terms of the satellites that are up there and also the way we can interpret it?
Alors, ça dépend de quelle technique.
Well, it depends upon the technologies we're talking about. They have been existing for some time already. I would like to mention one fact that seems to me to be very important, and many people, in order to do some climate change modelization, the IPCC uses some variables that we call the essential climate variables. There are around 53 or 54 of them, and they give us the possibility to perform a proper monitoring of the carbon cycle and everything that's taken into account. So these 54, 53, 50, 26 of them are documented directly from the space. No satellites, nothing. It has been on the table for some time already. These modelizations have been on the table, have been with us since the 1990s. That make our modelizations more precise, more accurate. That's only for the knowledge part. Strictly speaking, we are now looking at making these modelizations even better. Now there is also data that is difficult, tricky to get. We've been talking about methane data and carbon dioxide data. This means we are in the capacity to observe and to get precise measurements about the quantity of parts per million of methane that we'll get within a column thanks to spectrometric tools, by the way. Once you have that, to put it brutally, you don't have much. This is just the beginning of the adventure, because these parts per million that you have within the space don't tell you how many of them will be absorbed by the rains, how many of them are emitted naturally by the earth, by us people, and how they are going to be diffused. So all this data is reworked shortly thereafter using new tools that we still lack. And we do have the modelizations, but it's calculation. It's calculations based upon some information that still lack accuracy, the accuracy that we would like to have to adjust our trajectory even better. So that as knowledge is going further, but we are coming closer to the wall. The next big tools that are coming over are microcarb, Merlin, and CO2M. Microcarb being a measurement of the cycle, or more of the absorption capacity, the flow exchanges of carbon between the space and the Earth. So now we'll be soon in the capacity to understand how these exchanges are realized, because these parts, we don't know until what extent they're going to be absorbed, and that will be a game changer. These upcoming satellites, this Copernicus, its CO2M, will be in the capacity to measure the man-made carbon following the promises made by member states. This will be a game changer when it comes to methane and Merlin. It's by the end of 2022, 2023, we're going to have a new tool, yet another one, that will give us the possibility to go even beyond what can be observed thanks to Sentinel today, which means you're going to have an emission points analysis. Same thing here. We don't have the absorption capacity observations. We can't measure that. That's about it when it comes to our measurement tools.
No, that's great, because over the course of Bloomberg's reporting, we've found that satellites have really revolutionized the way we report these methane leaks. It allows us to monitor much better than we ever have done before. But I think it's still fair to say there are gaps in the data, right? I mean, you can look in the far north of Russia, for example, in the depths of winter when there isn't as much natural light, or during the day there's a lot of snow on the ground, which has a reflection effect and makes it difficult to monitor the methane emissions. Antoine, I wonder if I could come to you. I mean, what are you looking at to kind of improve where there are certain gaps in the data there?
So we follow all the the new instrument, but I would say our main job is to utilize what is already available, because between Sentinel-5 and Sentinel-2 and Landsat and Planet, we already have a lot of information that can be used today to reduce emission. We don't see everything, but we see a lot, and I think it's enough to start putting in place the regulation, the enforcement mechanism, the potential sanctions for people who are not behaving the right way, because there is no need to wait to have a perfect system to start to act. There is, the 50 leaks or spills we've seen last week, they should not happen, and there is no reason to wait for microcarb. Now, microcarb will add a lot, obviously, but we can act today, and our job at Kairos is to use existing hardware, existing constellation, and extract the value from that, because this is a huge work. I mean, it's not, we are extracting methane data from Sentinel-2, but we were the first one to do that, and Sentinel-2 has been there for a long time, and it's only recently with computing power that is available and the type of algo that has been created that we can do it, let's say, in a way that is certain and repetitive. So the software here is as important as the hardware, I would say.
Joe, we've got all this data coming to our hands. Do you get the sense that governments are listening to this? Do the governments which you work with, are they listening to it? And it's always a common criticism that governments are always one step behind. Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah, no, methane has a lot of momentum. I mean, you're seeing it here. Obviously, the IPCC report that was referenced, identifies methane abatement as a key ingredient to making climate progress. But if I might comment on just to add my story about ministers who were concerned about being painted the bad actor. One of the things I also explained to them is these are government satellites, and the satellites are only going to get better. And so you can't really hide from this. So you really need to develop a plan and a strategy to address methane emissions. And I think they're starting to get an understanding that the satellite tools are good now, as you've demonstrated, but getting even better in the couple years to come. And so I've tried to make that point. I do think, though, that they understand most of the countries that I was speaking about are sort of countries with NOCs, and so. This is, again, a very, as you said, very low cost, easy from an engineering standpoint, very simple to address. And now energy is only about 25% of the methane emissions. Agriculture is really the big ticket here, but we can certainly do our part and I think have a meaningful impact, measurable impact, tangible impact on methane emissions.
Laurence, where does Europe stand in this race? How big a rival is the US? How big a rival are private companies with their own satellites which are being launched out into space? What's your response there, and what's your thoughts for the next 5 and 10 years? Who's going to be dominating the space?
Good question. Non, il y a, pour l'instant.
For now, this question, we don't see it this way. It is true that the challenge from the new space, the competition that we have with new space, is a big challenge for Europe. That's clear. Europe is a big space power. And it has a development policy of its industries, and in particular in the area of the data usage and the data transformation, especially special data. This is very strong, and it's well seen by our governments. We plan to develop new constellations with nanosats. We plan to develop many launchers that will allow us to find a new market as soon as these mini nanosatellites that are not as expensive as what we have now, and they are very big market for the future in the domain of the Earth observation. I'm putting aside all the sources or goals that, in my opinion, are less concerned by the COP26, but in the area of the observation of the Earth and the monitoring of subjects, this is very important. So here we have a very strong politics in Europe, and there is great competition in Europe and in the world when it comes to launchers, but the things will develop in the next 10 years, because the landscape is very complex. Everyone wants to launch new satellites. The USA, but also China. We are in a landscape that is typical of an industry and a new expanding industry. We'll see who's going to stay in 10 years. For now, there's lots of new stakeholders that arrive on the market. It's very interesting to see what's going on. As you know, in our agency, we're here to develop the instruments to help the French research and the French industry.
Question, are there any from the floor that would like to pose a quick question to any of our panelists?
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Just one question. You've been talking about regulations. What can we ask to our government to adopt the rules? What should be adopted first so we can fight better the climate changes? And there are special challenges, I suppose, when it comes to the fact that there's lots of actors, stakeholders that's connected with a risk somewhere. We should work on the safety, security. I'm sure you're working on that too. But this is my question is basically about the regulations. What do we have to ask to the authorities?
Joe, would you like to kick us off there, or?
Sure, I'll start. Well, obviously, the environmental and energy regulators of various countries are going to address this. The question is, what are some ways it can be even more effective and maybe even accelerated? And I think we're just at the beginning stages of that discussion. However, I do think that if the agencies were to incentivize the industry tackling methane emissions through streamlining of permits and other things, if it was kind of like a two-way street, we would get a lot of buy-in very quickly, I think, from the industry. Although I might add that that most responsible energy companies most of the major companies are already taking steps to address methane, but there needs to be a lot more done. But I'm sure the agencies will look at it. It's just how can we accelerate it and have a quicker impact than what we would normally have.
Antoine?
Yeah, as you were saying, there is a difference. A huge difference between good operators and bad operators. It's about 1 for 100 between the ones and the others. The issue is about working together with states for the bad pupils, so to speak, not to spoil the work of others. So it's about targeting, it's about regulations to erase bad practices. No company is against stopping methane, no state is against it. When it comes to the PMs, members of the parliament in France, we're talking to states, but it's about extraterritorial issues. We've been talking with the NTE, and I think we should follow up. That is what we've done with cacao. The regulations in France allow us to forbid consumption of cacao that is causing deforestation. And we should do the same thing, putting responsibility for cleanness of the supply chain in energy to those who import. That will give us a tool, thanks to which governments will be in the capacity to bind the private actors, so that they monitor the complete logistic chain, the supply chain from A to Z, so that the companies that have been selling petrol or gas have been following the recommendations in terms of limiting methane emissions. I think it's something feasible.
As well, if you'd like to respond there.
Moi, je pense que.
Well, I think that when it comes to the regulations part, when it comes to me, more directly, when it comes to spatial solutions, I think one of the main obstacles is the price, the carbon price. The rentability is made possible from the moment when you invest in production, energy production infrastructures, non-fossil fuels, of course. That gives the capacity for financing, that gives you money, that makes things possible. We know the tool. It does exist partly, and everybody knows about that. It's very easy to implement. When it will be, as soon as it will be $150 per ton, everything will be reliable and sustainable.
I think one place which is doing a lot on the regulation front at the moment is the European Union. Obviously we had the Fit for 55 package in July, and that came out with a whole host of proposals, everything from phasing out combustion engine cars to boosting the capacity of agriculture and the land to absorb more CO2 from the atmosphere. And we've got other things coming up in the calendar. There's going to be some methane legislation coming from the EU, and one of those aspects might be to address imported emissions of methane. I wonder, how can satellites and technology help with what the EU is trying to do here? I don't know if that would be one for you, Joe, or for you, Antoine?
No, we had a lot of discussion of the DG Energy and the European Commission on that matter, and space is really changing the game here, because to tackle climate change, it's not a matter of technology. We know the technology that are required to be able to have a trajectory to 1.5. We have an enforcement issue. Obviously, if we had the price of carbon at 150, things would be different. But we are blocked because of lack of global governance. So it's a governance. This is why we have this COP, but with all the difficulties linked to making so many different people, to agree on something. And the really fantastic thing about space that it makes the transparency. The king is naked. Le roi est nu. You cannot hide. So we can track already, quite a few of the Paris Agreement, NDCs. We can measure, methane. And once you do that, you can create extraterritorial, not barriers, but system, so that you'll be able to ban, the wrong kind of behaviors, like we do for cocoa, or you can tax the energy that is badly produced. So we have the tool today for a bloc like Europe to create extraterritorial legislation that will be based on science, will be based on governmental data that can be opposed to the companies operating in other countries, and making a fair basis for taxation.
And Joe, if I could, just one minute, I'll come to you. Joe, if I could, just with your US government hat on, how do you see policy being shaped in the US under a new president? Do you think President Joe Biden is keen to catch up with the likes of the EU when it comes to setting climate policy?
Well, I think, I think certainly the EU's leadership has to be recognized and commended here, and I do think it's not all in a vacuum. I mean, certainly in hydrogen and other initiatives, it's really provided a lot of momentum, and so I think the same could be said in terms of carbon markets. As far as the U.S. goes, I mean, of course, the Biden administration has really injected new leadership and more involvement by the U.S. in climate discussions. Whether they can move forward with some kind of carbon market is probably a challenging thing for them, just based on the current political makeup in the U.S. But I think you're going to see them do a lot of things administratively. They do have a lot of executive authority to make changes, so I think you'll probably see more of that as opposed to things coming from the Congress.
Great, and I believe we have a question from the floor.
It was less of a question than just a comment. You had asked about how satellites can play a part in the EU Green Deal. I mean, I think it's just a tremendous situation right now. We have tremendous new data sets to help. And actually, you might say, well, we've got the tools now, but you have to look back. Just a few years ago, we didn't, right? I mean, Sentinel's only been up a few years. Planet, I'm the CEO of Planet, which has a few hundred Earth observation satellites, and that enables you to get to sort of real-time action. And it's only very recently we had these tools. So, I mean, at some level, I'm like, why the heck are we not like using them more right now? Because they can totally accelerate the Green Deal. If you look at the Green Deal's big priorities, stopping deforestation, we've got a handle on that. Stopping illegal fishing, we've got a handle on that. Helping convert the Common Agricultural Policy to a greening the CAP, and protecting biodiverse regions. We can do all of that from space. We know how to do that now. But it's only in the last few years, you know, there's been a 5 to 10x, or at least 10x increase in Earth observation data in just the last 5 to 10 years, mainly because of Sentinel and Planet satellite systems. But that's a big new thing that the politicians didn't know just a few years ago that they had as a capability. Anyway, I just want to give them a tiny bit of slack, even though I, of course, want to move this forward as fast as we can.
Do you want to just explain a little bit what you're doing over the next couple of years to...
Yeah, I'm happy to. I mean, on the Planet, we have 200 satellites that image the entire Earth every day. It's a bit like Landsat, but every day at 3-meter resolution. And in 8 spectral bands, pretty much the same as Sentinel-2 spectral bands, but not in the thermal infrared piece of it. They're very complementary to the Sentinel system in that they have... The Sentinel system has higher radiometric accuracy and more spectral bands, and the Planet system is higher resolution and higher temporal resolution. And we've shown in agriculture and forestry and a number of other areas that the combination of the 2 data sets is better than either data set alone. We're also just about to launch a 3rd fleet of satellites, which is a hyperspectral fleet of satellites, whose job and mission is to detect methane and CO2 point source emitters down to 30-meter resolution, down to the facility scale, essentially. So we'll be able to pinpoint it comes from this building or this agricultural facility, this waste dump, and so on, and down to the level where we can measure 90% of the emitters around the planet. So that'll be it's called Carbon Mapper, that new project.
Thank you very much, Will. And Lawrence, I was wondering if I could come back to you. You mentioned you've got a call for projects out at the minute. Could you just talk a little bit about what you're looking for, and if you can, give us an idea of what you've seen so far?
Oui, bien sûr. Donc,
yes, of course. So this 3rd call for project, the Space Climate Observatory, that started in October, that will end up in this month. It was a call for consortiums that are composed of companies, small or big companies, never mind, who worked on satellite data. Very often, it's a complementary with other data, in situ data, but something completely written to it. Could be, for example, when you work in towns, it be urban data, building data, this type of data. So it's about working using this problem with this data to solve a problem. It's a company or we have a company that comes to see us with projects for the 3 years to come. Something operational. So I'm saying an operational tool on which we develop a business model in order to bring a solution to a local problem in terms of climatic change. Typically, what Karas was presented in Carbon Monitor, we have solutions, other solutions, I'd say, in terms of Dilo Cheller in the cities, when we can bring a platform for a city, and to say that in 10, 15 coming years, here are the islands of heat, here are the buildings that are losing energy, here are the types of population that are present in these buildings, and they will have financial problems. So if you want to develop your urbanism plan, this is where you have to invest. So it's very useful. This is using satellite data in a very concrete way terms of epidemiology, here are the zones where the viruses develop, and it will develop in the 5 coming years. This is where you have to act on. So the tools are always very operational. So there must be a business model because behind it, the company has to sell this product and share it. The objective of our observatory is to create the situation in which solutions that will be developed in the UK could be duplicated elsewhere with similar algorithms, not necessarily the same. This is the good side of our observatory. So all the European projects that want to come to us and to obtain extra finances.
Do we have any more questions from the floor?
Bonjour et déjà merci pour la...
I have a small question concerning methane, the model of methane. You were talking about this hotspot, the industry, energy, and so on. I just wanted to know, because I'm in agriculture, are there models for the methane in plots for agriculture, like they do for the carbon or the biomass? Just wanted to know if they exist. And I didn't write down what the satellite, the Sentinel-5 could do about it. Sentinel-5 comes every day, and the solution is 5 on 7 kilometers, depending on latitude. Today, Sentinel-5 has a resolution 10 ppb. It doesn't allow us to see agricultural sources. We've seen 1 or 2 on big farms in Canada, on the USA, but it's a margin. What we can see with Sentinel-5, when it comes to source points, this is where there is a concentration of methane, so it's connected with structures connected with energy. Coal, of course, petrol, gas. We also see hotspots in cities, in Bangladesh especially. So a series of sources with pipelines that leak, big discharges, and so there is spaces that emit lots of methane, so you can see from the space, but it's pretty marginal. With Sentinel-5, we see first of all the big emitters. So we can see the big emitters again. Usually they come from the infrastructures dedicated to energy.
I think the amount of methane emissions that can't be seen by satellite as well. I believe Kairos gave us an estimate at one point that the kind of emissions that you saw on the screen, the little orange points there, make up between 10 to 15% of the total methane emissions that are being emitted daily, and quite often you see that often it's ground level with a infrared camera which can detect those. So I think with technology like Planet as well, that's something that hopefully satellites will be able to do in the future. Any other questions from the floor? Great. Well, it's day 1 of COP. Before I let you go, I just have to ask you what your hopes and expectations are, what you would see as being a great win for the satellite industry, but also the world, I guess, and maybe if you want to, what you would see as a disappointment if we come to the end of 2 weeks and you don't see any developments, what would those be for you? So, Laurence, I don't know if you would like to kick us off?
Ouais, moi je veux...
Yes, my expectations today is from the upstream sector. I'm talking about satellite data usage. Of course, we always need more data, but we have already now in the Copernicus Climate Service that we have, in terms of phenomenal quantity of data that we could use. For now, it's absolutely great. Of course, we can do more and more. We can use Berlin, we can study the biomass, of course, but even now, if we had enough companies to develop and to use this special data, so it serves to NGOs, to populations, and to the governments, honestly, we could develop more the business. lots of business. When I came to CNES, I came from the ministry, so I was used to say that when I came to CNES, I was like Alice in Wonderland.
As we have, and we don't use it on an everyday basis as policymakers. And I was there. I was doing that. I was contributing to laws. I was writing laws at that time, and I just couldn't believe how many data we didn't use. So, you know, before that's my dream is that in the next. That's why we're doing that in the Space Climate Observatory. In the next 10 years. I hope there's going to be thousands of products made by hundreds of companies all around the world to develop, to use those data and to help people concretely where they are to fight against climate change and to adapt.
Fantastic. Joe, move on to you.
Yes, so basically what I said earlier, I think methane could be a big success coming out of COP, and there's already tremendous momentum, I think, behind the global methane pledge. More countries are joining it seemingly every day. Certainly it's something that we as an organization look to team up with the US and the EU on that. I'm terribly excited about satellite technology. I didn't come here to talk about satellite technology. I don't really know much about it except for what we were doing on methane, but now I see tremendous applications and solutions that it almost doesn't even matter, you know, what happens, because the satellites are really illuminating, put a lot of transparency on a lot of these issues, and a myriad of potential applications, as you said, heat loss in buildings and things like that, which are really, again, low-hanging fruit. You know, one thing I think we have to be careful about, and I've talked about this, you know, before coming to COP, and sort of we're on this backdrop of sort of volatile energy markets right now, you know, and certainly, you know, the green transition is not to blame for higher prices now, but I think we need to be careful that we do have an orderly transition, because I'm worried, particularly worried, that if we lose public support for climate progress, it's hard to get back. And so I think maybe this was, even though inconvenient that we have, you know, royal and high prices and volatility in energy markets, maybe it's good because it'll ultimately keep us on a steady path and keep public support for climate action.
That's certainly keeping me busy at the moment. And just to say, we've got 80 signatories signed up to the Global Methane Pledge now. We reported that this morning, and probably expecting the official announcement tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. Antoine, just to finish with you, your hopes and expectations for COP26?
Well, you know, it's quite simple. I have 4 kids, and my main objective is to make this COP a more methane moment. You know, it's easy. We have the technology. It's easy to implement. There is no cost on. This is not going to increase the cost of energy. It will buy us tremendous carbon budget. It's obvious that we need to do it. I think we've reached. We have been hammering and preaching in the desert for quite a long time, but I think it's a right moment with our friend from EDF and Planet and many or Bloomberg. You know, I mean, it's also something that is high on the Bloomberg philanthropy agenda. So I think it's a moment to push for methane. We cannot do everything, but if we can have not only a binding resolution, so that the curve that I've shown before, you know, with this 19 degrees in hotspot, you know, we should have at least, you know, 50% less of this in 1 year from now, not in 2 or 3 years or 5 years, in 1 year from now. So let's make this COP a methane moment.
Great, and on that note, thanks everyone for joining us today. I hope you've learnt something today, and thanks very much to our panelists as well. And enjoy the rest of COP26, and make sure you take time to relax and follow proceedings. Anyway, thanks very much, and good evening.